Preface: Aria Winters never thought the boy who once held her secrets would become the one who haunted her steps. Hunter Rodriguez had been her first friend, her first safe place, until something shifted, and his words turned to barbs, his presence to torment. She learned to build walls, to hide the hurt, to dream of a future where his shadow couldn't reach her. But on her 18th birthday, under the full moon, fate tears those walls apart. The mate bond does not care for history or pain. It ties her to Hunter, the boy who bullied her, the alpha heir with guilt written in his eyes and desperation clawing at his soul. Aria wants freedom. Hunter wants redemption. And the bond wants neither. It demands surrender. As mysterious rogue attacks sweep across their lands, exposing fractures within the pack and drawing blood under the cover of night, Aria is forced to decide: will she let the bond chain her to the boy who broke her, or will she learn to wield it as her own power? In a world where loyalty is tested, love is dangerous, and forgiveness feels impossible, one truth burns through the ashes: sometimes the mate you hate is the only one who can save you. Chapter 1: Childhood Echoes. The summer air was heavy with the scent of wildflowers and sun-baked earth. Aria Winters ran through the meadow behind her home, bare feet pressing into the warm soil, hair whipping across her face, as if it had a life of its own. The golden light of late afternoon painted everything in a haze of softness, hiding the jagged edges of reality. Edges she hadn't learned to see yet. A voice called after her, sharp, teasing, full of movement. "But you can't catch me!" She stumbled, laughed, and looked over her shoulder. Hunter Rodriguez was already several strides ahead, shadowed by the trees, hair sticking to his forehead in that careless, yet deliberate way that had always made her heart twist in a complicated mix of admiration and fear. Even then, he was commanding attention without trying, shaping the world around him with the sheer weight of his presence. "Cheater!" she called back, and the words felt smaller than they should have. Hunter didn't turn. He never did. He just ran, light-footed and untouchable, daring her to try harder, to fail, to laugh along with him. When she finally caught up near the creek, Hunter had already leapt onto a rock at the water's edge, splashing mud and sunlight in equal measure. She stopped, chest heaving, and let the moment stretch, feeling the pulse of life in the water, the wind, and in the space between them. "You always have to win," she said quietly, pretending not to notice the way his grin softened when he looked at her. "I don't win," he said, tone casual, but edged with something else. "I lead." That was the first lesson she learned about him. Everything he did was a test, a challenge, a line drawn somewhere she hadn't yet understood she had to cross. And when she fell on the slippery bank, it was his hand that caught hers. Steady, firm, undeniably present. The boy who teased her, who ran ahead of her, who seemed to command the entire world, still held her in that simple, small gesture. It was a memory she would carry into adulthood, a memory that felt impossibly light now, but would one day anchor her against the storms to come. Years slipped forward like shadows under the sun. Childhood friendship bloomed into quiet familiarity, a kind of unspoken trust, whispering secrets in the loft of the old barn, voices low, tangled with the scent of hay and wood smoke. Sharing stolen glances during pack gatherings, understanding without words what the other feared, what the other longed for. Laying side by side under a tapestry of stars, pointing out constellations no one else cared to notice, hands brushing against each other in that fleeting, untainted way that only the innocent understand. But innocence was fragile. Fragile like the surface of a pond disturbed by a careless stone. The first crack appeared quietly, almost imperceptibly. At school. During a game that should have been nothing more than fun, Hunter had smiled. Not at her, not with her, but over her shoulder at the other boys. His voice had been casual, but it carried a blade. "You're too quiet," he said, as if testing her to see how much she could bear. They laughed. He laughed. She forced a laugh too, letting it scrape along the edges of her throat. Inside, something recoiled. The meadow, the creek, the stolen lofts and whispers, they all felt suddenly too large, too open, too visible. She began to notice the way others looked at her then, the way she was becoming smaller under their eyes. And Hunter, he stopped being safe. By the time she was 15, he had perfected the balance between presence and cruelty. He knew how to make her feel seen and unseen at the same time. She would catch him, watching her in the pack's training grounds, a flicker of something in his dark eyes. Recognition. Perhaps guilt. Perhaps an echo of the boy who had once held her hand. But before she could interpret it, the moment would vanish, replaced by sharp words, by laughter that left her alone with the hollow in her chest. Aria learned quickly to build walls. High walls, strong walls, walls that could survive every teasing remark, every shove, every subtle humiliation that made her doubt her place in the world. And yet, she could not fully block the memories. The ghosts of small hands grasping hers at the creek, the warmth of laughter and whispered stars. They lingered in the spaces her defenses could not touch. On the night before her 18th birthday, she sat on the roof of her house, legs dangling over the edge, staring at the silver moon like it had answers she would never find. The meadow below lay silent, swallowed by shadow, and the wind carried a chill that hinted at change. Her reflection in the window stared back at her, eyes wide, alert, haunted by years of vigilance. She had survived, yes. She had learned to hide, to dodge, to measure every move, every breath, every heartbeat. But she had not grown stronger. At least, not yet. She pressed her palm to the cold glass, thinking of Hunter. Of the boy who had once been everything and had become a source of constant tension. The boy who would one day become something more than just a memory. She did not yet know how, or why, or at what cost. But in that moment, the first tremors of the bond stirred in the shadows of her mind. A pull she could not name, a pulse she could not ignore, threaded through her body, whispering promises she neither wanted nor could deny. Morning came with the faint scent of pine and frost, the pack stirring with quiet energy. She descended the staircase slowly, feeling the weight of anticipation tighten around her chest. The world seemed slightly off, kilter, edges sharper, colors more vivid, as though the universe itself had leaned in to watch her. Hunter was there, leaning against the doorway of the training hall, eyes tracking her with the same intensity he had held since childhood. Only now, there was something else layered beneath it, hesitation, something fragile and dangerous. Aria's breath hitched. For a moment, she thought she could feel the bond, before it had spoken its name, a thread stretching taut between them, thrumming with possibility and dread. "Happy birthday, Aria," he said softly, voice steady, yet holding a weight she had never heard before. She stared at him, mind racing, heart caught between fear and curiosity. And for the first time in years, she wondered if survival was only half the story. The other half, power, choice, consequence, was waiting, just beyond her control. The bond had not yet claimed her. But it had begun its work. The training hall smelled of leather, sweat, and early morning frost that had slipped through the cracked windows. Pack members moved in disciplined lines, a symphony of growls, shouts, and heavy footfalls echoing against timbered walls. Aria's boots scuffed the floor as she entered, shoulders squared, yet every nerve alert. She felt it before she saw him. The shift in air, the subtle vibration beneath the ground that hinted at someone approaching with intent. Hunter was there, just inside the archway, leaning casually, yet every muscle seemed coiled with silent energy. His gaze met hers, and for a fraction of a heartbeat, the room seemed to narrow to the space between them. Years of tension, unspoken words, and unresolved emotions coiled tight around her chest. She could almost feel it in the airs, a pull she could neither name nor resist. "Aria," Hunter said, voice low, deliberate, carrying a weight she couldn't place. She lifted her chin, forcing neutrality into her expression. "Hunter." For a moment, they simply regarded each other, the hum of the pack fading into background noise. Her mind traced the edges of the boy he had been. The one who had once been her closest ally, the one who had shared secrets under moonlight. And then the man he was becoming, alpha heir, sharp, commanding, yet somehow haunted. And somewhere beneath that poised exterior, there was guilt. She could sense it, subtle as a whisper, threading through the tension he radiated. The instructor barked a command, and the pack members launched into drills. Aria moved with precision, forcing herself to focus on footwork, strikes, and breathing. But the thread of the bond, or whatever stirred unspoken between them, tugged relentlessly. Her senses flared a subtle rhythm in his movements. The way his shoulders shifted under his stance, the almost imperceptible vibration in the air when his eyes flicked toward her. It was maddening. It was undeniable. Later, outside, the frost had melted into patches of damp earth. Aria moved along the training yard's edge, hands tucked into the pockets of her jacket. Hunter followed at a measured distance, silent, watching, yet unable to approach. Something restrained him. "You're quiet today," he finally said, breaking the tension. Not teasing, not accusing, simply stating a fact. Aria stopped. She stared at the uneven ground. "I've always been quiet," she replied, words careful, measured, armored. "I know," he said softly. And then, almost against his will, he added, "but not invisible." Her heart faltered. That phrase, so simple, resonated in a hollow place she had learned to protect fiercely. Invisible. That had been her shield for years. Invisible kept her safe from his barbs, from the pack's judgments, from the memory of being unclaimed, unrecognized, scentless. And now he said she was not invisible. A sudden gust rustled the trees. Leaves twirled like fragments of forgotten memories. Aria shivered, though not from cold. She couldn't place the sensation fully, a thread of connection, tugging, urging, whispering in a language older than reason. Hunter watched her, tension coiling beneath his calm exterior. He had never stopped thinking about her, not for a moment. Every harsh word, every shove, every sharp comment, he had calibrated, tested, avoided, all to protect her from truths she wasn't ready to face. And yet, here they were, 18, on the cusp of change, teetering between the boy he had been and the man he would become. And now the bond had begun to stir. Night fell quickly, swallowing the training yard in shadows. Aria lay awake on her bedroom floor, back against the cool hardwood, moonlight slicing through the blinds. She replayed the day, the tug of his gaze, the resonance of his presence, the inexplicable thread she could feel tightening in her chest. Her thoughts drifted back to their childhood, the creek, the meadow, the barn loft, the constellations they had named together. That boy, the boy who had once been her safe place, had become something else entirely, someone unreachable yet inescapable. A distant howl pierced the night, startling her. It was not just any howl. It carried the scent of her pack, of the world outside, but something else underneath. Something private, insistent. The vibration rolled through her chest, a resonance she could feel in the marrow of her bones. She pressed her hand to her chest, breathing shallow, aware of an awakening she could not yet define. And then it happened. A flicker in her mind, sharp, sudden, like a jolt of lightning, a connection, a pulse, undeniable and relentless. Her wolf stirred, something latent, dormant for years, now whispering at the edges of consciousness. She gasped, heart racing, and stumbled to her knees. A whisper threaded through the shadows, a sensation she could neither name nor resist. He is here. He has always been here. Aria's eyes widened as fragments of memory. She had buried deep-surfaced laughter under moonlight, hands clasped in trust. Shadows of betrayal and protection intertwined. She pressed her palms to her eyes, trying to make it stop, trying to convince herself she was imagining it. But the sensation would not relent. Across the world, or at least across the shadowed night, Hunter lay awake as well. He felt it too, the pulse, the tug, the undeniable signal of his mate claiming space in the world. His wolf stirred violently, confused, impatient, demanding answers he could not yet provide. 9 years of searching, and it had finally begun. And in that moment, though neither could see the other in the dark, the threads of fate began to weave together, pulling two fractured souls toward an inevitable collision. Aria did not yet know what this meant. She only knew that something had shifted, that the world, as she had known it, had begun to tilt, and Hunter knew, with every pulse of his blood, that nothing would ever be the same again. Chapter 2. From Friend to Foe. The morning air was sharp with winter's bite, crisp and biting, and the trees loomed like dark sentinels around Aria as she stood in the clearing. The weight of the silence pressed against her, thick and heavy, as she stared at the distant horizon. The cold morning sun glinted off the frost that clung to the grass like diamonds. But Aria felt nothing but the biting chill of the memories that refused to leave her. It had been years since she could remember a time before everything had changed. The days when Hunter's laughter was a familiar comfort, when his presence was a shield against the cruel winds of the pack. But those days were long gone, replaced by a bitterness that clung to her as tightly as the pack's disdain. Hunter had once been her closest friend. He had been her safe harbor, the boy who had shared her dreams, her secrets. He had promised to protect her, to be there for her no matter what. But all of that had unraveled the day he had begun to turn away. The day he had started to bully her. Aria's fists clenched at her sides, nails biting into her palms. As she forced herself to walk forward, every step was a reminder of the distance that had grown between them, of the walls she had built between them both, walls made of words, made of hurt, made of the things she would never say aloud. Hunter had done it slowly at first, casually. The teasing, the way he looked at her like she was a burden, like she didn't belong. But it escalated. The small jabs, the cutting remarks, the way he had started to distance himself from her. He had called her weak, laughed at her inability to shift, and mocked her scentlessness in front of the pack. The more she withdrew, the more he seemed to enjoy it. And yet, Every time she had looked into his eyes, there had been something beneath the anger, something that still cared, something that had wanted to protect her, even as he tore her apart with his words. The pack gathered in the training yard that day, the usual clamor of footsteps and shouts filling the cold air. Aria stood at the edge of the clearing, her heart a tight knot in her chest, as she tried to focus on the movements of the other wolves. Her legs trembled from the weight of the day before, the lingering tension from her brief encounter with Hunter in the training hall. It had only been a fleeting moment, but the memory of his gaze, of the tension in the air between them, lingered. The bond that had tugged at her chest had felt different. Something more than just the invisible string that had always connected them. Hunter stood on the other side of the yard, his posture straight and commanding, the alpha hair in his full, unyielding glory. His eyes were sharp, calculating, as he barked commands at the pack, every movement full of authority. And yet, despite the cold distance between them, Aria could feel his presence, like a physical weight pressing down on her. She forced herself to ignore the burning sensation in her chest, the way her heart seemed to beat erratically whenever he was near. He was still the boy she had known, the one who had held her secrets, who had whispered promises in the dark. But that was before everything had changed. "Aria!" The voice cut through her thoughts, harsh and biting. It was one of the pack members, his tone laced with mockery. "You're not still hiding from us, are you? Thought the cowardice would be beneath the great Winters." Her blood boiled, and her fists clenched instinctively. She turned, ready to give them a piece of her mind, but the moment she saw Hunter standing across the yard, his eyes fixed on her, her words faltered. He was watching her, waiting for her to react. There was no softness in his gaze, no trace of the friend he had once been. Only the cold judgment of the alpha hair. For a moment, Aria felt the bond shift, a thread of connection pulling tighter, stronger, until it felt like her very soul was being drawn toward him. The weight of their past, the hurt, the longing, everything she had tried to bury for so long, threatened to spill over. But the walls she had built were stronger than that. She would not let him in again, not like before. She straightened her back, her chin lifting in defiance, and turned away from him. Later, she stood alone on the edge of the pack's territory, the cold wind biting at her skin. Her heart hammered in her chest, but this time it wasn't from the presence of Hunter. It was from the suffocating pressure of the mate bond that she couldn't escape. The pull was growing stronger. She could feel it in the air, the sharp, undeniable force that tied her to him. She had never wanted this. She had never wanted to be his mate, especially not after everything he had put her through. But the bond, the ancient force that controlled their destinies, didn't care about her desires. It didn't care about her pain. Aria's fingers curled into fists at her sides. She could feel her wolf, her dormant wolf, stirring in response to the bond. She wanted to run from it, to resist, to escape the dark, twisted sense of fate that had tied her to him. But it was no use. She had always known that she couldn't outrun fate. And yet, despite the raging storm in her heart, she found herself wondering, what if Hunter was right? What if, deep down, he wasn't the monster she had made him out to be? What if there was more to him than the guilt and anger he carried? Could there be a chance for redemption? A sharp growl from behind her startled her, and she spun around, her heart in her throat. The rogue wolves were back. She could sense them in the shadows, their eyes glowing like embers in the dark. She didn't have time to think, she had to act. Without another moment of hesitation, Aria ran toward the trees, her heart pounding in her chest, every nerve on high alert. Hunter was there, too. She could hear him, feel him pushing through the underbrush. His scent, sharp and unmistakable, filled the air, pulling her towards him even as she tried to flee. Chapter 3. The Eve of 18. The night air was thick with a kind of restless energy, a pressure that seemed to build with each passing hour. Aria stood at the edge of the pack's borders, the full moon casting long shadows across the land. Her fingers curled into her palms as she watched the dark sky, the pulse of something ancient thrumming beneath her skin, calling to her. Tomorrow she would be 18. The night before the transition, the moment when everything would change. The first shift, the first touch of the bond that she had always resisted. The first time she would truly feel the weight of what had always been hers to bear. The pack had been preparing for this night for months. The air was thick with anticipation, with the low murmur of conversations and the restless movements of wolves who had been waiting for this moment as long as Aria had been alive. This was a rite of passage, a ceremony of sorts, but for Aria, it felt more like a prison sentence than a celebration. Hunter had never looked at her the same way again, and she couldn't escape the memory of the cruel words, the harsh laughter that had followed her like a shadow. The years of friendship had turned to dust, scattered in the winds of his neglect, his guilt, and the way his eyes shifted whenever she was near. But still, she could feel it. The pull, the way his presence echoed in her chest like a distant thunderstorm. Every time he entered the room, every time he crossed her path, her body responded before her mind could catch up. Her wolf, dormant and hidden deep within, stirred uneasily in response to the bond that neither of them could ignore. The pack was gathering at the center of the territory, and Aria could hear their voices rising in excitement. The alpha's command, cutting through the night like a blade. This was supposed to be her moment of triumph, the time when she would shift for the first time, when she would feel the wolf within her claim her as its own. But all she could feel was fear. Fear of the bond that had always been there, waiting, and fear of the boy who had once been her closest friend, her first love. And now the one who stood on the other side of the divide. The clearing was alive with movement when Aria finally arrived. The pack was gathered in a circle, their eyes alight with curiosity, their energy crackling in the air like static. Aria's heart thudded in her chest as she stepped into the center, her movements stiff, controlled. Hunter stood to the side, his eyes never leaving her. There was something in his gaze, something that made her stomach churn. It wasn't just the guilt she saw reflected there, it was something deeper, something darker. He had known this moment was coming, and yet the tension between them seemed to have grown more unbearable in the last few days. He didn't speak, didn't move. His entire focus was on her. Aria's breath caught in her throat. He was closer than he had been in days, and she could feel the weight of his presence, the invisible thread between them tugging her closer. Her fingers twitched at her sides, wanting to reach out, but she held back. She couldn't. Not when the hurt was still fresh. Not when the memories of his cruelty, of the way he had pushed her away, still cut deep within her heart. "You are ready." The alpha's voice rang out, steady and commanding. The pack members quieted, their eyes now all on Aria. "Shift, Aria," he ordered, and for the first time, The weight of his words settled heavily in her chest. She stepped forward, her heart racing in anticipation. She could feel the stirrings within her, her wolf, her true self, longing to break free. But it wasn't just the transformation that made her nervous. It was the bond. It was the realization that tomorrow, the bond would claim her fully, and there would be no turning back. A growl rumbled deep within her chest as the shift began, her body contorting painfully as the change overtook her. Pain shot through her bones, her muscles rippling as fur began to sprout, her claws extending with a fierce, primal grace. She was stronger now, faster, more alive than she had ever been. And then, just as quickly as the pain came, it was gone, and she stood in her full wolf form, her senses alive with every detail of the world around her. The air smelled sharper, the earth beneath her paws more real. She could hear the heartbeat of every wolf in the pack, the rhythm of the forest itself. But there was one heartbeat that stood out above all others. Hunter. His pulse beat in time with hers, though it was still a distance away. She could feel him. His presence pressed in on her senses, overwhelming and inescapable. She resisted the urge to look at him, to acknowledge the pull between them, but it was impossible. Her body moved of its own accord, turning toward him. Hunter stood across the clearing, watching her with a dark intensity, his own wolf standing beside him, poised and still. His eyes were locked on her, his lips parted slightly, as if he were holding his breath. Aria's heart slammed in her chest. She wanted to look away. She wanted to run, to escape, but she couldn't. It was like an invisible force was drawing her to him, and despite everything, despite all the pain and the years of hurt, her body was betraying her. As the ceremony continued, the pack members howled their approval, their voices rising in a chorus of celebration. But Aria could barely hear them over the pounding of her heart. She was torn, caught between the girl she had once been and the wolf she was becoming, caught between the boy who had once held her heart and the man who now stood at the edge of her world. As the last echoes of the howl faded into the night, Aria stood motionless, her wolf's heart beating as one with Hunter's. The bond had fully awakened. And in that moment, the truth settled into her chest like a stone. No matter how far she ran, no matter how hard she tried to resist, she was tied to him. She was bound by him, by the ashes of their past and the fire that would burn them both. And there would be no escape. Chapter Succeed the Moon's Decree. The moon hung high above, a pale sentinel in the dark sky. Its light bathed the forest in an eerie glow, casting long shadows that danced across the earth as though the night itself were alive. But for Aria, the moon's radiance felt like a cruel reminder of everything she could never escape. She sat alone on a rock, near the edge of the pack's training grounds, her wolf form now a distant memory, though her senses still tingled with the remnants of the shift. Her fingers were clenched at her sides, nails digging into her palms, as she watched the wolves move in synchronized patterns in the distance. The pack was celebrating. The alpha had called for a feast, a celebration of her first shift, of her official passage into adulthood. But Aria was far from celebratory. Her mind was lost in the storm of emotions she could barely process. Hunter. The moment she had shifted, her world had tilted. The bond, the one she had feared all her life, had finally manifested. But even as she had felt the call of it deep within her, the ache of the bond was only half of what consumed her. It was his presence that had nearly shattered her. She could feel him in every fiber of her being. his energy pulling at her in ways she couldn't control. It was like an invisible chain, one that wound tighter with every breath she took. She had tried to ignore it, tried to focus on the pack, the celebration, the moment that was meant to be hers. But how could she when he stood just yards away, his eyes fixed on her, like he could see through her walls, see the part of her that still longed for the boy who had once been her everything. The sound of footsteps behind her snapped her from her thoughts. Her heart skipped a beat. She didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Hunter. She didn't speak, didn't acknowledge his presence. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, though she could feel his shadow stretching across the ground beside her, creeping closer with every passing second. "I thought you'd be with the pack," he said, his voice low, like the rumble of distant thunder. It was smooth, controlled, but beneath it, she could hear the tension in his words, the frustration that he couldn't hide. Aria didn't respond. She couldn't. What was there to say? That she hated him. That she wanted to run from the bond. The truth was too painful, and the anger was too raw. "Why are you out here?" he asked again, his tone softening slightly. Aria's jaw clenched. She wanted to scream at him, tell him to leave her alone. But the pull of the bond kept her frozen, her body betraying her. "I needed space," she finally whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "I needed to think." Hunter stood next to her for a moment, the silence between them stretching thin. Before he spoke again, his voice edged with something more. "Aria, we can't pretend this isn't happening. The bond. It's real. We don't have a choice in it." Aria's heart stuttered in her chest. He was right. There was no denying it. The pull of the bond had woven itself so tightly into her soul that to pretend otherwise would be a lie. But she couldn't just accept it. Not after everything, not after the years of torment, the coldness that had taken over their once easy friendship. "Why do you care now?" Aria's voice was cold, but inside, her heart was twisting. "Why should I believe that you care about anything but your own guilt?" There it was. The question that had been festering inside her, one she couldn't escape, no matter how much she tried to bury it. His eyes darkened, and for a moment, Aria saw something raw in them, something that matched the desperation in her own heart. But it was gone as quickly as it came, replaced by the mask of control he always wore. "Because He stopped himself, as though searching for the right words, but when he spoke again, his voice was laced with conviction. "Because I'm trying to fix this. I've tried to fix this for years, Aria, but you've pushed me away every time I reached for you." Aria turned to face him then, her eyes flashing with the fury she had tried so hard to suppress. "You pushed me away first, Hunter," she spat. "You treated me like a joke, like I was nothing. You made me believe that I wasn't worth your time, that I wasn't worth anything at all." The words hit him like a physical blow, and Aria could see the flicker of guilt in his eyes. But she didn't care. She needed him to feel it, to understand the depth of the hurt he had caused her. "I didn't know how to fix it," he murmured, his voice breaking slightly. "I didn't know how to fix what I had broken. But I'm not running anymore, Aria. I can't." Aria shook her head, her anger rising again. "You think that makes it all better? That you can just decide that you want to fix things now? That after all this time, after everything you've done, it's just supposed to go away? You don't get to decide that." The wind picked up then, a sharp gust that whipped through the trees, sending the leaves rustling and the branches creaking. Aria's heart raced, the tension in the air growing thicker with each passing moment. The mate bond was suffocating her, making it harder to breathe. "I know," Hunter said softly, stepping closer, his presence like a storm cloud over her. "I don't get to decide, but I want to try, Aria. I want to make this right. I don't know how, but I will." She stared at him for a long moment, searching his face, looking for any sign that he was being truthful. But all she saw was the same haunted look in his eyes that had always been there, the same guilt that weighed him down, the same boy who had torn her heart apart and left her to pick up the pieces alone. The full moon above seemed to watch them in silence, a distant witness to their brokenness. Aria felt the heat of the bond pressing against her chest, and despite her resistance, despite the walls she had built around her heart, a small part of her, a part she hated, felt the tug of it, the undeniable connection between them. "You don't get to fix this, Hunter," she whispered, her voice breaking as the words slipped out. "Not unless you can fix me first." Hunter looked at her, his eyes softening, and for the first time in years, Aria saw the boy who had once been her best friend, the boy who had once held her heart in his hands. "I'll try," he whispered. "I swear I will." Chapter 4: Chains of the Bond. The pack's training grounds were quiet now, save for the distant calls of wolves echoing through the trees, their voices carrying the weight of ancient loyalty and unspoken bonds. Aria had found herself back here, standing at the edge of the clearing once more, staring into the darkened forest. The air was thick with the scent of earth and pine, but there was something else now, something that weighed on her chest like an invisible shackle. The bond. She had always known it was coming. The moment she had shifted, the universe had made its decree. The bond that tied her to Hunter had snapped into place, undeniable and powerful. Yet the feeling of it, the pull that dragged her thoughts back to him, that made her heart beat faster whenever he was near, was suffocating. She took a breath, letting the cool night air fill her lungs, but it did little to calm the tightness in her chest. The bond was there, like a chain wrapped around her soul, unbreakable, relentless. Hunter was the alpha heir. He was everything Aria had once wanted, strong, confident, charismatic. But now he was a stranger bound to her by something neither of them could control. The weight of the bond had settled into her bones, a constant presence that gnawed at her insides. Every step she took seemed to echo with its pull. Every glance she stole toward the training grounds, she could see him. His dark eyes, his untamed energy, his presence loomed over her like a shadow, dark and insistent. But there was more, something deeper. As much as she tried to ignore it, the bond wasn't just pulling her toward him. It was pulling something out of her. A power she hadn't known existed, a part of her that had lain dormant all these years. And it terrified her. She had always been an outsider in the pack, never quite fitting in. Her scentless nature had always set her apart, had made her feel as though she were walking on the outside of something she could never touch. But now, with the bond, with the shift, she could feel it. She could feel the potential inside her, the power that came with being someone's mate. But it wasn't the power she had craved. It was a power that came with a cost. She heard the sound of footsteps behind her, the familiar rhythm of a stride she had once known too well. Her pulse quickened, but she didn't turn around. She didn't want to. Not yet. She wasn't ready to face him. Not when the bond was making her feel so weak, so vulnerable. "Aria," His voice came softly, like a whisper carried on the wind, but it was enough to make her heart leap in her chest. Hunter. His presence was like a storm, calm on the surface but boiling beneath. Every muscle in her body tensed, her instincts fighting the need to turn around, to face him, to acknowledge him. But she couldn't. Not yet. Not when the words she wanted to say to him felt like they would tear her apart. "Why do you keep running from me?" he asked. The question laced with something more than frustration. Something that almost sounded like hurt. The words struck her like a blow. She hadn't meant to run from him. At least not consciously. But how could she face him? How could she look him in the eyes when every part of her screamed at her to run from the bond he represented? "I'm not running from you," she replied, her voice sharper than she intended. "I'm running from this. From what you did to me. From everything you took from me." Hunter's breath caught, and she could hear the tension in his sigh. He stepped closer, though Aria could feel the hesitation in his movements. He was still unsure, still uncertain about how to bridge the chasm that had grown between them. "I never meant to hurt you," he said, his voice raw with guilt. "I never wanted to be the one who made you feel like you were nothing. I'm not that person anymore, Aria." Aria closed her eyes, the ache in her chest growing. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to believe that he had changed, that he wasn't the same boy who had tormented her for years. But the past, the pain, was too fresh, too real, and the bond, that damnable bond, made it so much harder to fight the feelings it stirred within her. "Why now, Hunter?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "Why do you care now? After everything? After all these years?" Hunter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached out, his hand hovering just inches from her arm, like he was afraid that any closer might break her completely. "Because I can't ignore this anymore," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "The bond, the guilt, everything I've done to you, it's eating me alive. I've spent years trying to avoid it, trying to push you away. But I can't. I can't run from what's been pulling me back to you." Aria's breath hitched. She felt it too. The pull of the bond. It was strong, too strong to deny. But that didn't make it easier. It didn't make it any less painful. The memories of his cruelty, of his rejection, still haunted her. They were like scars on her soul, and no matter how much she wanted to believe that the bond could heal them, she wasn't sure if it could. "I don't want this," she said quietly, though the words felt like they were tearing her apart. "I don't want you. Not like this. Not when everything you've ever done has made me feel worthless." There was a long silence between them, the weight of her words hanging in the air like a heavy fog. Finally Hunter spoke, his voice softer now, filled with a pain she had never heard from him before. "I know," he said. "I know I don't deserve you, but I will spend the rest of my life proving that I can be the mate you deserve." Aria's heart ached. The bond was pulling her closer to him, but so was the anger, the hurt, the betrayal. She could feel it, feel the tension between them, like a thread about to snap. "I'm not ready," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I don't know if I can ever be ready." Hunter took a step back, his shoulders sagging in defeat. He didn't say anything more. There were no words left to speak, nothing left but the unspoken truth between them. The bond was undeniable. It was there, thick and heavy, twisting around them both, and neither could escape it. Aria stood there, staring into the forest, her heart a war zone between the pull of the bond and the desire for freedom. She wasn't ready to forgive him, not yet, but the bond was stronger than anything she had ever known. Chapter 6. First Sparks of Defiance. The air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and pine. The edges of the training ground bathed in the pale light of dawn. The pack was gathered, wolves of all ages, their forms still half human, half shifted. As they prepared for the day's training, the tension in the air was palpable, like the stillness before a storm. Aria stood at the far edge of the clearing, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her posture defensive. The cold morning breeze tousled her hair, but she barely noticed. Her thoughts were too heavy, too wrapped in the turmoil that had been gnawing at her since the night of her shift. Hunter was there, too, of course, his dark eyes constantly sweeping over her. Even if he tried to hide it, Aria could feel the pull of the bond between them, thick and unrelenting, but she ignored it. She had spent too long building walls around her heart to let the bond tear them down now. The pack had gathered for another training session, and as always, Aria had been kept apart, watched from the sidelines. The pack had always treated her as different, never quite allowing her to fully join in their ranks. But today, something was different. Hunter stood at the center of the pack, his gaze sharp and commanding as he issued orders. The alpha heir, his presence demanding attention even when he didn't speak. He was supposed to be their leader, their protector, but to Aria, he had always been the boy who had pushed her aside. Today, though, he seemed different. His eyes lingered on her for just a moment longer than necessary. His gaze filled with something that made her stomach tighten. But there was something else behind it. Something that made her feel like a caged animal, like the bond wasn't just pulling her to him. It was trapping her, suffocating her. Aria. Hunter's voice broke through her thoughts, and for the briefest moment, everything else faded into the background. His tone was sharp, but there was something softer beneath it, something that made her skin prickle. Come here. It's time for your training. She met his eyes, her gaze steady, refusing to let him see the tumultuous storm inside her. She had spent years avoiding him, trying to distance herself from the boy who had once been her friend, only to become the one who haunted her steps. Now, she was being pulled into his orbit once more by forces she didn't understand. I don't need your help, Aria snapped, the words sharp as they left her mouth. The pack looked up, their gazes flicking between the two of them, the air thick with the tension. Hunter's jaw tightened, but he didn't back down. You're part of this pack area. Whether you want to be or not, your training matters. Get in line. The words stung more than she expected. They weren't just orders. They were a reminder of her place, always second, always the outsider. And now, with the bond pulling at her like a string, threatening to unravel everything she had worked so hard to build, she felt it again, the familiar weight of helplessness. No, she said, her voice firmer this time. She took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. I don't need you or your pack. I don't need any of this. I've been living without it for years. Hunter's eyes darkened, his shoulders stiffening. You don't get to walk away from this, Aria. The bond doesn't let you. The words were a punch to the gut, each syllable a reminder of the chain around her soul. Her body tensed as the bond surged through her, but she fought it, forced herself to stay steady. She wasn't going to be shackled by this. Not again. I'm not your mate, Hunter. She spat, her words sharp and bitter. I'm not anyone's. The silence that followed was deafening. The pack shifted uncomfortably, the air thick with anticipation. No one had ever heard Aria speak to Hunter like this before. Not with such venom, not with such defiance. Hunter's gaze darkened, his expression unreadable. But something flickered in his eyes. Something raw, something that sent a shiver through her. He didn't say anything at first, but his posture shifted, his body coiling with the tension of someone trying to hold back a storm. "Fine," he said, his voice low and dangerous. "You don't want me. You don't want this bond. But I'm not going to let you destroy yourself because of it." His words felt like a threat, but she didn't flinch. Instead, she met his gaze with the same cold defiance that had gotten her through years of isolation. She wasn't going to break. Not now. Not when she had fought so hard to build her own strength. "I don't need you to save me," she replied, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside her. "I'm not the one who needs to be fixed." Hunter stepped closer, his eyes narrowing. "You think I don't know that?" he muttered. "You think I haven't been trying to fix myself for years?" The bond between them pulsed again, and this time, it was harder to ignore. Aria felt the weight of it, the pull of it, drawing her toward him, but she held her ground. She couldn't give in. Not to him. Not to the bond. "I don't want to be your mate," she said quietly, though the words felt like a lie. Because deep down, a part of her wanted it. Wanted him, but that part was buried beneath layers of hurt and betrayal. Hunter didn't speak for a long time. He just stared at her, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "You don't get to decide that, Aria," he said, his words filled with something darker now, something like resignation. "We don't get to decide what fate has already chosen." Aria's heart skipped a beat. There it was again. The inevitability of it. The knowledge that the bond would not be denied. It was a force greater than either of them, and it was tearing them both apart. "I don't want this bond," she said, more softly this time, though the words still stung. "I don't want you." The silence between them stretched on, but this time, it wasn't the weight of rejection that hung in the air. It was something else. Something that Aria couldn't quite place. But it felt like a promise. A promise that no matter how much they fought against it, the bond would always remain. And no matter how much they fought, it would always pull them back together. Chapter 7 Hunter's Guilt. The moon hung high over the pack grounds, casting a silver glow on the quiet woods. Hunter stood on the edge of the training field, his eyes lost in the distance, watching the night shift and tremble under the weight of the events that had come to pass. He could still hear her words echoing in his mind, sharp and cutting. "I don't need you to save me." A sigh escaped him, the sound heavy with years of regret. His father's voice had haunted him for weeks, insisting that his duty to the pack outweighed any personal feelings. But that wasn't the problem. Not really. The problem was Aria, and the knot of guilt that tightened in his chest. Every time he thought about her, Hunter had always prided himself on being able to control everything, his pack, his training, even his emotions. But Aria had always been different. She had slipped through the cracks, beyond his control, and now she was more unreachable than ever. He had hurt her. There was no getting around it. He'd pushed her away when she had needed him most, and now, every look from her felt like a rebuke. Every breath he took seemed to burn in his lungs with the weight of what he had done. He turned his gaze back to the woods, feeling the pull of the bond stir within him like an invisible thread wrapping tighter around his chest with every passing moment. But this time, it wasn't the bond that frightened him. It was the guilt. The guilt that had held him captive for so long, even before the bond had been revealed. Hunter had never wanted this. The mate bond. He had always thought he had control over his destiny, that he could choose what he wanted, who he wanted. But Aria had never been part of his plans. She had been his closest friend, someone who had offered him a quiet solace in the midst of the chaos of his life. But something had changed, something he couldn't explain, and in the silence of his growing guilt, he had let her go. It was easier that way, wasn't it? He'd convinced himself that he was sparing her, keeping her safe by pushing her away. After all, who would want to be bound to a monster like him? Who would want to love the boy who had tortured her, who had been her tormentor in the pack? But he had been wrong. The bond wasn't something he could ignore, something he could just sweep under the rug. It was part of him, part of her. And now, as he stood here alone, he realized how deeply he had underestimated the power of fate, and how deeply he had underestimated Aria's strength. The sound of footsteps behind him made him tense, but he didn't turn around. He knew who it was. Hunter. Her voice, soft but steady, cut through the quiet of the night, a blade that sliced through the silence. He didn't respond immediately. He couldn't. He was afraid if he spoke, it would betray everything that had been building in his chest for the past few days. "You've been avoiding me," she continued, her voice unyielding. Finally, Hunter turned to face her, his gaze softening only slightly as he took her in. Her posture was guarded, her arms folded tightly over her chest as if to shield herself from him. Her eyes, though, were a storm, filled with hurt, confusion, and something deeper that he couldn't quite name. "I'm not avoiding you, Aria," he said quietly, the words feeling foreign on his tongue. "I'm just not sure what to say." She took a step closer, the distance between them closing in an almost intimate way, but Hunter resisted the urge to close that gap. He wanted to, desperately, but he wasn't sure if he could bear the weight of her rejection if he did. "Why didn't you tell me?" Aria asked, her voice trembling slightly despite her efforts to keep it steady. "Why didn't you tell me about the bond? About us?" Hunter swallowed hard, his gaze dropping to the ground for a moment, as he wrestled with the overwhelming tide of guilt that had been threatening to drown him for weeks. "I never wanted you to be trapped," he admitted, the words falling out of him in a rush. "I never wanted you to feel like you had no choice in this. I pushed you away because I couldn't stand the thought of making you stay, not when I was the one who hurt you." He could feel her gaze on him, burning through him. It wasn't judgment, not exactly, but it was something else, something raw and honest. Aria's eyes softened, just slightly. But there was still so much hurt there. "You've been torturing yourself with this, haven't you? Thinking that pushing me away was the right thing, that it would somehow protect me." Hunter nodded, though it felt like the worst thing he had ever admitted. "I thought if I kept my distance, you'd have a chance to live without the bond. Without me." There was a long silence between them, stretching into the darkened forest around them. Aria's breath caught, and Hunter couldn't tell if it was in frustration or something else. "You were wrong," she said, the words simple but heavy, as if they carried the weight of everything they had both endured. Hunter opened his mouth to respond, but the words stuck in his throat. What could he say to that? How could he explain to her that every part of him had been terrified of the bond, terrified of the future that awaited them both? Instead, he took a step closer, his heart thundering in his chest. Aria, I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know how to fix this. She shook her head, the barest hint of a sad smile crossing her lips. You can't fix this, Hunter. No one can. Not unless we learn how to survive it together. Hunter's heart clenched in his chest. He wanted to say so much more, to reach out to her. But the bond pulsed in the back of his mind, reminding him that it wasn't just about his guilt anymore. It was about them. About what they could still be if they allowed themselves to heal. I'm sorry, he whispered, the words soft and broken, but real. I know you are, Aria replied, her voice quiet, but not without hope. But apologies won't fix what's broken. You'll have to prove it to me. You'll have to prove that you're not just the boy who hurt me. Her words stung, but they weren't the final rejection he had expected. No, they were a challenge, a test, a promise that maybe, just maybe, there was still a way back from the things they had done to each other. And for the first time in a long while, Hunter didn't feel completely lost. He felt a flicker of something else, something like hope. Chapter 8. The rogue's shadow. The pack's borders were eerily quiet, the forest stretching out like an endless, dark ocean. A cold wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the scent of danger, a bitter reminder that peace, however fleeting, was never permanent. Hunter stood at the edge of the clearing, his sharp eyes scanning the distant tree line. The rogue attacks had escalated over the past week, small skirmishes at first, easily dismissed as random acts of aggression. But now, the threat was undeniable. Something was coming, something bigger than the small, isolated packs that had been causing trouble. And it wasn't just the rogue wolves themselves that worried him. It was the whispers, the rumors that had started circulating in the pack, the ones he couldn't ignore. Whispers of someone within their own ranks, someone who was aiding the rogues from the inside. Hunter's fist clenched at his side, the tension in his body rising as he fought to control the storm of thoughts swirling in his mind. His responsibilities as the future alpha weighed on him like a 1,000-pound stone, crushing his chest with each passing second. The pack needed him, but how could he lead when every part of him wanted to run, to leave it all behind, to escape the ever-present reminder of his failures? He couldn't. He wouldn't. But as his eyes flickered to the horizon, his gaze falling on the familiar figure, walking toward him from the pack's central clearing, a new weight settled in his heart. Aria. Her presence alone had always been a source of both comfort and pain for him, but now, as their bond tugged relentlessly at him, it felt like a constant, aching reminder of everything he had lost and everything he still needed to repair. Aria walked with purpose, her expression unreadable, but her posture was tense, as though she carried the weight of something invisible. As she drew closer, Hunter's instincts screamed at him to reach for her, to pull her close and protect her from whatever darkness lingered just beyond their pack's borders. But he stayed rooted to the spot, his body betraying him, frozen by guilt and the unspoken tension between them. "Hunter," she said, her voice low, but sharp with intent. He didn't answer immediately. The sound of her voice, the quiet strength behind it, pulled him from his thoughts. But it also caused a knot to form in his stomach. Aria had been quiet lately, too quiet. As if she was retreating into herself, distancing herself from him, from everything. He didn't blame her. He had given her every reason to pull away. But he couldn't let her go, not now. Not when they were facing something far greater than their own fractured bond. "We need to talk," Aria continued, her eyes searching his face, but he knew her too well. He could see the flicker of something behind her gaze. Fear. Doubt. Uncertainty. She didn't want to be here. Not with him. Not now. Hunter nodded slowly, his throat tight. He was about to speak when a distant howl shattered the silence. Sharp and urgent, carried by the wind. Both of them stiffened at the sound, but Hunter was the first to act. Without a word, he turned, his senses going on high alert. "Stay close," he muttered, already moving toward the source of the howl. The danger was no longer a whisper in the woods. It was real, and it was close. Aria's footsteps were quick behind him, her presence a constant reminder of everything he was trying to protect. The forest around them grew darker as they moved deeper into the territory. The trees pressing in like walls, their limbs like skeletal fingers reaching for the sky. The further they walked, the heavier the air became, thick with tension and the sharp, acrid scent of wolves. Rogue wolves. They didn't need to talk. The urgency in the air spoke louder than words ever could. As they rounded a bend in the path, the sight of their pack members, clustered together, waiting for orders, met them. Hunter's gaze locked onto one of his beta wolves, who was holding his ground, eyes sharp as he scanned the surrounding trees. There was no sign of the rogue wolves yet, but the tension in the air was thick enough to cut through. "What's going on?" Hunter asked, his voice low but commanding. "They've been getting bolder," the beta replied, his voice strained. "Closer to the heart of the pack. It's only a matter of time before they strike again. And this time, we might not be ready." Hunter's jaw tightened. He could feel the weight of responsibility bearing down on him again, but something gnawed at the back of his mind. This wasn't just random. It couldn't be. The rogues were too well coordinated, their attacks too precise. And that damn whisper in the pack. "I think someone from the inside is helping them," the beta added, voice barely a whisper. "There's no other explanation." Hunter felt his stomach twist. He couldn't afford distractions. Not now, not with everything that was happening. But this was something he couldn't ignore. If there was a traitor in their ranks, it would destroy everything. "I'll handle it," Hunter said, his voice colder than he intended. His eyes flickered briefly to Aria, who was standing slightly behind him, watching the exchange with that unreadable look in her eyes. "You stay with the pack," he added, his tone sharper than he meant. Aria's gaze hardened. "You're not sending me away again, Hunter. I can help." For a moment, everything stood still. Hunter wanted to argue, to tell her that this was too dangerous. But there was something in the way she stood there, defiant and unwavering, that told him he wouldn't win this battle. Not now. Not anymore. "Fine," he muttered, but his voice softened. "Just stay close. This isn't like the last time. It's worse." She nodded once, her eyes locking with his, as if to say she understood. But the air between them remained thick with tension, filled with the unsaid. And as they moved forward into the deepening night, Hunter couldn't shake the feeling that the real danger wasn't just the rogues lurking in the shadows. It was what they were about to uncover, something buried deep within the pack that could shatter everything they knew. Chapter 9. The Moon's Pull. The night was silent except for the soft rustling of leaves in the cool breeze. The moon hung high in the sky, casting its pale glow over the clearing like a watchful eye. Tonight, the air felt thicker, charged with an energy neither Hunter nor Aria could ignore. It was the kind of night when the world seemed to hold its breath. Aria stood at the edge of the clearing, her hands resting at her sides, fingers brushing against the smooth bark of a tree. Her heart pounded, the rhythmic thumping a constant reminder of the battle waging within her. Between the bond she couldn't control, the memories that haunted her, and the anger that still simmered under her skin. Hunter was nearby, though she didn't need to look to know that. She could feel him, just as she had since that night under the full moon, when everything changed, when the bond had dragged her into his world, and her world had crumbled around her. Aria. Hunter's voice was low, a quiet command that made her chest tighten. She didn't turn to face him, not yet. She didn't trust herself to look him in the eyes, to see the guilt and regret that lingered there like a weight neither of them could shake. Instead, she focused on the night, the distant howl of wolves, the swaying branches, the smell of damp earth and pine, anything to block him out. "I need you to understand," Hunter said, his voice coming closer. She could hear the quiet desperation in it, a tone he never used with anyone else. "This bond, it's not just something I can ignore. I know I hurt you. I know what I did. But I won't run from this anymore." His words made her feel sick, like someone had reached inside her and twisted her insides. She clenched her fists, digging her nails into the flesh of her palms. Her wolf stirred uneasily beneath her skin, sensing the bond, the pull, but she could barely stand to acknowledge it. "I don't want it, Hunter," she said, her voice sharper than she intended. "I don't want this bond. I don't want you." She felt the sharp intake of breath from behind her, the weight of his gaze settling on her back like a physical force. But she couldn't look at him. Not yet. The truth was, she didn't know what she wanted. Freedom, yes. But she also knew that freedom was slipping through her fingers like sand. The mate bond was powerful, undeniable, and the more she tried to fight it, the stronger it seemed to pull her in. Hunter took a step forward, his presence like a storm cloud gathering on the horizon. She could feel the heat from his body radiating toward her, feel the intensity of his emotions through the bond. And it made her sick to her stomach. "Aria," he said again, his voice a little rougher this time. "I'm not asking for forgiveness. I don't expect that from you. But I need you to know that I'm not the same person I was. I can't change the past, but I'll do whatever it takes to make things right. I swear it." The sincerity in his voice almost made her falter. Almost. But she steeled herself, wrapping her anger like a cloak around her heart. "You think you can fix it by saying words, by trying to undo everything you've done." Her voice cracked, but she refused to let him see her falter. "You can't fix this, Hunter. You can't fix me. And you can't undo what you did to me." The air between them thickened, charged with the tension of their unresolved feelings. The pull of the bond felt like a tug of war in her chest, tearing at her heart in ways she didn't have the strength to explain. Hunter didn't respond immediately. He was silent, giving her space, but the weight of his gaze still pressed against her back. Finally, he spoke, his voice softer now, but no less determined. "I'm not asking you to forgive me. he said quietly. I'm asking you to stop running, to stop pretending this bond doesn't exist. Because no matter how much you hate it, no matter how much you push me away, it's there. And one day, you'll have to face it. Aria turned, her eyes flashing with defiance. I don't want you, Hunter. I don't care about the bond. I don't care about fate. The words hit him like a slap, and for a moment, his eyes darkened with pain. But then something shifted. Something that she couldn't place. Something that made her heart beat faster and her breath catch in her throat. Hunter stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. But Aria didn't back away. She stood her ground, defiant and angry, though her insides were trembling with the pull of the bond. I know you're angry, he said, his voice a low growl, but you don't get to decide this for both of us. The bond has already been made, and we're stuck with it. Her chest tightened at his words. The weight of his certainty settled heavily in her stomach, like a stone sinking in the pit of her gut. I'm not stuck with anything, she spat, taking a step back, putting distance between them. I'm not your prisoner. The silence stretched out, heavy and uncomfortable. The wind howled through the trees, a distant echo of the chaos that seemed to be closing in around them. Hunter's eyes softened for a moment, and it took everything in Aria not to look away. No, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. You're not my prisoner, but I won't let you run anymore. He reached out, and for a heartbeat, Aria thought he was going to touch her, to pull her into the bond she had been running from for so long. But he didn't. He stopped just short, his hand hovering in the air between them. The moment felt like it lasted forever, and in that moment, Aria realized something she hadn't allowed herself to think about. She was afraid of the bond, afraid of what it meant, afraid of what would happen if she let go of her anger, of her walls. But more than that, she was afraid of the truth. The bond wasn't something she could ignore. It wasn't something she could escape. And Hunter was right. One day she would have to face it. Chapter 10. The marked bond. The moon hung high, casting its silver light over the packed grounds, its beams filtering through the trees and casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the earth. The air was thick with tension, charged with the echoes of unspoken words and the undercurrent of the bond neither Aria nor Hunter could escape. Aria walked through the dense woods, her feet moving on autopilot as her thoughts whirled in a storm of confusion and anger. Her wolf had been restless all day, pacing and growling in the back of her mind, demanding attention, insisting that she acknowledge the truth. But she refused to listen. She couldn't allow herself to be dragged into this. Into him. Hunter's words from last night echoed in her mind, reverberating with every step she took. I'm not asking you to forgive me, but I won't let you run anymore. It felt like a brand, like his declaration had seared itself into her skin, marking her in ways she couldn't escape. She stopped at the edge of the clearing, staring out into the forest. The wind stirred the trees, and the scent of pine and earth mixed with the distant, ever-present smell of wolves. She could hear them, feel their presence all around her, the pack moving in their shadows, invisible but constant. Her breath caught when she saw him. Hunter. He stood in the center of the clearing, his posture tall, commanding, as though the weight of the entire pack rested on his shoulders. His eyes, dark and intense, were locked onto hers the moment she stepped into the clearing, as if he had been waiting for her, anticipating her arrival. The air between them crackled, charged with something neither could ignore. Aria's pulse quickened as she felt the pull, the undeniable, magnetic force that had started the moment she shifted, the moment she became his. The bond was growing stronger, and it terrified her. Hunter's voice broke the silence, low and steady, carrying through the tension like a whisper in the dark. "You can't keep running from this area." She wanted to turn away, to walk in the opposite direction, to put as much distance between them as possible. But the bond was too strong. Her wolf was calling to him, and no matter how hard she tried to push it down, she couldn't ignore it. "No," she said, her voice trembling slightly, but she forced herself to stand her ground. "I won't accept this." Hunter took a step toward her, his eyes narrowing, his lips set in a hard line. "You don't have a choice. This bond, our bond, it doesn't care what you want. It's already been marked by the moon, and we're tied, Aria. There's no escaping it." She shook her head, feeling the familiar sting of frustration welling up inside her. "You're wrong. I don't have to be tied to you. I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for you." Hunter stopped in his tracks, a flicker of pain crossing his face, before it was quickly masked by a look of determination. "I didn't ask for this either, Aria. But it's here, and I'm not running from it anymore." The words felt like a challenge, and for a brief, fleeting moment, Aria wondered if they could make it work, if she could accept the bond, accept him. But then the memory of everything he had put her through, the pain, the isolation, came rushing back. She couldn't forgive him. Not yet. Not like this. "Maybe you're right," she said, her voice tight. "But that doesn't mean I have to accept it." "Aria," Hunter said softly, taking another step toward her. His gaze softened, and she saw the conflict in his eyes. "I know I can't undo what I did. I can't change the past. But I can't watch you destroy yourself, running from something you can't control. We're fated to be together. Fated." She spat the word, as if it were poison on her tongue. "That's what you think this is. Fate." He closed the distance between them, standing so close she could feel the heat radiating off his body, feel the subtle pulse of the bond in the air around them. "Yes, Aria, I do. And whether you like it or not, the bond is there. You can feel it, can't you? The pull, the need. We're marked and we're tied." The pull. She couldn't deny it. It was there, like a constant ache in her chest, a pressure behind her ribs that grew stronger every day. It was always there, in the back of her mind, clawing at her, reminding her that no matter how much she fought it, she couldn't escape. But that didn't mean she had to accept it. "I don't want this," she whispered, almost to herself, but loud enough for him to hear. Hunter reached out, his hand hovering inches from her arm, as if testing whether she would let him touch her. "I know you don't. But it's here, Aria. It's a part of you now, just like it's a part of me." Aria clenched her fists, feeling the anger and frustration build inside her, threatening to boil over. She stepped back, putting distance between them, her breath quickening. "I don't want it," she repeated, her voice stronger this time. "I don't want you. And I won't let this bond control me." For a moment, the air seemed to vibrate with the weight of their unspoken emotions. The bond was powerful, and it was pulling at them, no matter how much Aria resisted. But in that moment, something shifted. Hunter didn't move toward her again. Instead, he simply stood there, his eyes locked on hers, the storm of emotions swirling in the space between them. "I can't make you accept it," Hunter said quietly, his voice tinged with regret. "But I won't stop trying. I won't stop fighting for us." Aria felt her heart flutter in her chest at the sincerity in his voice, but she hardened her resolve. She wouldn't let herself fall for him again. Not when everything was still so broken between them. She turned away, but before she could walk away, she heard Hunter's voice one last time. "I won't give up on you, Aria," he said, his voice steady but filled with unspoken promise. And with that, she walked into the night, her heart heavy with the weight of what was to come. Chapter 11. The Forgotten Night. The night was eerily silent as Aria walked through the corridors of the pack house. The distant sound of wolves howling echoed through the trees, blending with the soft rustling of leaves in the cool wind. Her feet moved almost unconsciously, drawn toward a place she hadn't visited in years. The old, forgotten attic where so many memories had been sealed away. Tonight, the bond between her and Hunter felt like a living, breathing entity, pressing against her chest, whispering promises she wasn't ready to hear. The moon above seemed brighter than ever, its light filtering through the narrow windows, casting long shadows that danced like specters in the corners of her mind. She paused outside the attic door, her hand resting on the cold wood, her heartbeat quickening. She could feel the weight of something buried here, something tied to the past, to her past. Taking a steadying breath, she pushed the door open. The hinges groaned, the sound scraping against her nerves. As she stepped inside, the familiar musty smell of old wood and dust filled her senses. The attic was dimly lit by the moonlight, the beams of silver reflecting off forgotten furniture and old trunks. But it wasn't the dust or the darkness that held her attention. It was the memories. Memories she had spent years trying to bury. Her eyes fell on an old, weathered trunk in the corner, the one she had sworn to never open again. It had been her mother's, the woman who had disappeared long before Aria could truly know her. The woman who had left behind nothing but whispers and unanswered questions. Aria's fingers trembled as she approached the trunk, the weight of her decisions pressing heavily against her chest. She had never allowed herself to open it before. Not after the night, not after the attack, but tonight, the need to understand, to piece together the fragments of her past, overpowered the fear. She knelt before the trunk, her breath shallow, her heart racing. Slowly, cautiously, she opened the latch. The sound of the metal clicking echoed in the silence, a harbinger of what was to come. Inside, she found old clothes, papers, and trinkets. Things her mother had kept over the years. But it was one small, leather-bound book that caught her attention. The worn edges of the pages, the faded ink, told her it had been read many times. It felt like a relic, a piece of her past she had forgotten until now. Her fingers brushed over the cover, her mind racing with questions. She hesitated for a moment, then opened the book. The first page was a list of names, names Aria recognized. Her mother's, her father's, and then Hunter's. Her breath caught in her throat. The pages that followed were filled with descriptions of an ancient pact, of families bound by blood and destiny, of promises made long before Aria was born. Her mother had written about it, about him, about Hunter's family and theirs. It was a history she never knew existed, one that had been hidden from her, buried by the very people who should have protected her. The bond is not just a gift, her mother had written. It is a curse, a chain that binds us to those we least expect. to the ones we may never forgive, the ones we may hate the most. Aria's hands trembled as she turned the pages faster, desperate for more answers. The further she read, the more the truth became clear. Hunter's family had not been the only ones involved in the tragic night her mother had died. There had been others. The Rogues. And they were not just enemies. They were part of a larger, darker game, a conspiracy that had been set into motion long before Aria and Hunter were born. Her mind raced. Could it be possible? Could everything she had believed, everything she had known, be built on lies? Her breath hitched as a particularly damning sentence caught her eye. The one who betrayed us was not just a rogue, but one of our own. One who wore the crown of the Alpha. Hunter's father. Aria slammed the book shut, her heart pounding in her chest. It felt as though the walls of the attic were closing in on her, the weight of the truth threatening to crush her. The pack. The betrayal. Hunter. His guilt, her anger. It was all tangled together, like threads she couldn't untangle. She stood there for a long moment, her hands gripping the edges of the trunk, as she tried to process everything she had just read. But it didn't make sense. If Hunter's father had been involved, why had Hunter never told her? Why had he kept her in the dark? Was he part of this betrayal? Or was he just another victim like her? The sound of footsteps in the hallway snapped her out of her thoughts. She quickly shoved the book back into the trunk, her heart still racing. She wiped her eyes, trying to regain some semblance of composure as the door creaked open. It was Hunter. His presence filled the room like a storm, his eyes immediately locking onto hers with a look of concern that she couldn't quite interpret. He stepped into the attic, his gaze flickering to the trunk, to the papers scattered on the floor. "You shouldn't be here," he said softly, his voice low, heavy with something unspoken. Aria froze. Her mind was still reeling from the revelations, but she didn't have the answers she needed yet. "I had to know," she whispered, her voice shaky. Hunter's jaw clenched as he walked toward her, his steps measured, as if every movement was carefully controlled. "I know," he said, his voice tight with restraint. "But some truths are better left buried." She swallowed hard, her eyes narrowing. "What did you mean by that?" He stopped in front of her, his gaze softening for a moment before hardening again. "There are things you don't understand, Aria. Things you're not ready to hear." "Like what?" she demanded, her anger flaring. "Like how your father's family is tied to my mother's death. Like how everything we've been told about this bond is a lie." Hunter's face paled. He took a deep breath, his hands balling into fists at his sides. "There's more to this than you realize," he said, his voice strained. "And I need you to trust me. Please?" She shook her head, the betrayal weighing heavily on her chest. "Trust you?" she asked, her voice cracking. "After everything? After all the years of lies and pain?" Hunter's eyes closed for a moment, as if he couldn't bear to look at her. When he opened them again, they were filled with a quiet desperation. "I'm trying, Aria. I'm trying to make this right." She didn't know if she could believe him. Not yet. Not when everything was so uncertain, when the truth seemed so far out of reach. "I don't know if I can forgive you," she whispered. "I'm not asking for forgiveness," he said quietly. "I'm asking for a chance." But in that moment, Aria wasn't sure if she could offer him that. Not when everything she thought she knew was unraveling, piece by piece. Chapter 12. Blood at the Palace Gates. The palace stood in the distance, shrouded in the soft glow of the setting sun. Its ancient stone walls, weathered by time, seemed to breathe with a history Aria couldn't fully comprehend. The air felt thicker here, as if the weight of generations of rulers pressed down on everything, leaving no room for secrets, no space for anything unspoken. And yet, in this place of power and legacy, Aria felt nothing but the hollow ache of betrayal. She stood at the edge of the palace grounds, her gaze fixed on the towering gates ahead. Beyond them lay a world she had never been allowed to enter. A world her mother had once known intimately. A world where her family had been cast aside like a forgotten shadow, erased from history's records. She clenched her fists at her sides, her nails digging into her palms, grounding her in the present moment. The truth about Hunter's father, about the rogues, about the lies, everything weighed heavily on her chest. She had spent so many years trying to fit into a place that had never truly been hers, hoping the bond would bring her peace. But peace had never come. Not with Hunter, not with her mother's death, and certainly not with the pack that had once called her family. Hunter stood beside her, his presence a quiet storm at her side. She could feel his turmoil, the crackling energy that rippled just beneath the surface of his composed demeanor. She didn't need to look at him to know. He was battling with his own demons, the guilt, the desperation, the endless fight to prove himself to her, to his pack, and to the world. But today, none of that mattered. Today, it was about answers. "Are you sure about this?" Hunter asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking any louder would shatter the fragile silence between them. Aria's gaze never wavered from the gates. "I'm not sure of anything anymore," she said quietly. Her voice, though calm, carried a weight that threatened to pull them both under. "But I need to know the truth. I need to understand why everything happened the way it did, why they did what they did." Hunter's jaw tightened, and for a moment, the space between them felt like an abyss. It had been this way for weeks. Distance, silence, and the unspoken truths that hung in the air, suffocating them both. Every time they tried to bridge that gap, another lie surfaced, another betrayal was revealed. Aria had no idea how much longer they could keep fighting the pull of the bond, when their pasts were nothing but a tangled mess of hurt and distrust. Still, she had to press on. She had to confront this, if only to understand where it all began. She turned to him, her eyes searching his face for something she couldn't name. "What happened that night, Hunter? What happened to my family?" Hunter inhaled sharply, his eyes closing briefly as though he was bracing himself. "You're asking the wrong person." Her breath hitched. She wanted to yell, to scream at him, to demand answers. But instead, she forced herself to remain still, to take in the cold air and the sound of the distant wind. There was no turning back now. "I was a child," Hunter continued, his voice rough. "My father, he was a different man back then. The pack, everything was different. I didn't understand it all, not then. But when it all went down, I had no choice but to follow orders." He swallowed, his gaze distant, like he was reliving a painful memory. "I wanted to protect you, Aria. I didn't want any of this to happen." "You didn't protect me," she said softly, the bitterness in her words stinging the air between them. "You hurt me. You made me believe that everything I felt was wrong, that I was nothing but a mistake." Hunter's eyes flashed with an emotion she couldn't decipher. "Regret? Guilt? I never meant for that," he said, his voice strained. But you have to understand. I was caught between two worlds. My loyalty to my father, to the pack, it clouded everything. Aria shook her head, stepping away from him, the weight of his words sinking in. I don't want to hear about loyalty, Hunter. Not anymore. Your loyalty to the pack, to your family, is what tore us apart. And now, it's too late to fix it. Hunter reached out, his hand hovering just above her shoulder. But he didn't touch her. Aria, please. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for a chance. A chance to explain, to make things right. The words caught in her throat. She didn't know if she could give him that. Not when everything was still so raw. Not when she was still trying to piece together the fragments of her shattered trust. I don't know if I can trust you, she said quietly. I don't know if I can trust anyone anymore. The silence between them was deafening. But before either of them could say more, a loud crash echoed from the gates. Aria's body went rigid, her senses on high alert. Her eyes darted toward the sound, the hairs on the back of her neck standing up. What was that? She whispered, her voice filled with sudden urgency. Hunter's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing. Something's wrong. In the distance, Aria saw figures emerging from the shadows, rogue wolves, their eyes glowing in the fading light. The smell of blood was thick in the air, sharp and metallic. Her heart dropped as the realization hit her. This wasn't just a random attack. This was something bigger. And it was happening now. The rogue wolves charged toward the gates with terrifying speed, their growls echoing through the night air. Hunter's muscles tensed beside her, his body ready for battle, but he didn't move. Stay behind me, he ordered, his voice low, commanding. But Aria wasn't a passive bystander anymore. She had been running from the truth for too long, hiding from her own power. And now, with the bond demanding something from her, something she couldn't deny, she felt the surge of strength building inside her. She wasn't going to hide anymore. I'm not staying behind, she said firmly, her eyes meeting Hunter's. The rogue wolves were almost at the gates now. The pack house was on high alert, but Aria knew that whatever was coming, it was going to change everything. The battle that was about to unfold wasn't just about survival. It was about uncovering the truth buried beneath the bloodshed. As the first rogue lunged toward them, Aria felt the power of her wolf stirring inside her, her body shifting without warning. She felt the bond with Hunter ignite, both a curse and a gift, pulling them together even as the world around them shattered. This was the beginning of everything she had feared, the beginning of the war for her soul, for her family, and for the future of the pack. The gates of the palace had opened, and blood would be spilled before the night was through. Chapter 13? The breaking point. The battle had already begun. The rogue wolves, their eyes wild and glowing under the pale light of the moon, poured through the gates like a flood of darkness. The night air was thick with the stench of blood and fear. Their growls echoed in the silence of the palace grounds, their movements erratic and violent. They had no allegiance, no honor. They were driven by something more primal, more dangerous. Aria's heart pounded in her chest as her wolf surged within her, clawing to break free. She could feel it now, the fire, the rage, the untapped power that had been building inside her ever since she had come into contact with Hunter. The bond between them pulsed like a living thing, its pull growing stronger with each passing second. It called to her, demanding that she embrace it. But with every beat of her heart, She fought it, every fiber of her being rejecting the connection that had been thrust upon her. Hunter was at her side, his form tense, his movements sharp and calculated. The weight of his guilt was palpable, as though it hung like a dark cloud over him. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. The silence between them was louder than words. They had long since stopped trying to bridge the rift between them, and now they were forced to stand together against an enemy neither of them truly understood. Aria could hear him, could feel him, moving beside her, his presence a stark contrast to the chaos around them. The bond between them, though unspoken, was unmistakable. She wanted to push it away, to sever the tie that had haunted her for years, but deep down, she knew there was no escaping it. The mate bond, like everything else in her life, was something she couldn't control. Aria. Hunter's voice cut through the noise of the battlefield, pulling her back from the overwhelming surge of emotions. He was looking at her, his expression hard, but with something softer hidden in the depths of his eyes. "Stay close to me. We need to fight together." Her eyes locked onto his, and for a moment, everything else seemed to fade. The world, the rogue wolves, even the palace gates, everything disappeared. It was just them. And yet, there was a chasm between them that couldn't be bridged. Not yet. "I don't need you to protect me," she bit out, her voice fierce. "I'm not some helpless girl anymore, Hunter." She didn't wait for his response. The air crackled with energy as she shifted, her body contorting and reshaping, the pain of transformation a familiar sting. Her claws scraped against the earth as she stood fully on her wolf form, muscles rippling under her fur, her senses heightened. The rogue wolves were closing in fast. Their bloodshot eyes gleamed with hatred, and their growls filled the air like an omen of doom. Aria could feel the primal urge to fight, the hunger to destroy that had long been buried deep inside her. But her thoughts were muddied by the bond. Every instinct told her to resist it, to push it away, but the pull was too strong. Her bond with Hunter wasn't just an emotional tether. It was something deeper, something more powerful. She could feel his wolf beside hers, could feel it urging her to stand with him, to fight together. But could she? Could she really fight beside the boy who had tormented her for so long? Could she really accept that this connection, this curse of fate, was the only thing that might save them? Her mind raced as she fought to focus, to push away the confusion and anger that threatened to overwhelm her. She had a choice to make. She could either continue to resist him, continue to fight against the bond, or she could allow herself to embrace it. And him. Fully. A rogue lunged toward her, snapping her out of her thoughts. Without thinking, Aria leapt forward, her body moving with the fluidity of her wolf form, her claws extending. The rogue's teeth snapped at her, but she was faster, stronger. She swiped at its throat, sending it crashing to the ground with a sickening thud. But there was no time to savor the victory. The rogue wolves were relentless, attacking in waves, pushing forward as though they could smell the weakness in their opponents. Aria's eyes scanned the battlefield, seeking out Hunter. He was moving with deadly precision, his wolf form a blur of strength and speed. The bond between them flared with intensity as they fought side by side, their movements synchronized, almost instinctual. But as the battle raged on, Aria felt something shift. It wasn't just the wolves that were closing in. It was the weight of the past. Her past with Hunter. The betrayal. The pain. The history between them was a heavy, unspoken truth that threatened to consume her. She couldn't fight with that weight dragging her down. And then, in the midst of the chaos, it happened. Hunter was surrounded. A rogue managed to land a blow, its claws raking across his side, sending him crashing to the ground with a howl of pain. Aria's heart lurched as she saw him fall, the bond between them flaring violently in response. "No!" she screamed, her voice raw with desperation. Her wolf form surged forward, her body moving without hesitation. The bond roared to life inside her, its pull stronger than ever. She reached him just as another rogue, prepared to strike. Without thinking, she threw herself at the attacker, her claws slashing through its flesh. The rogue crumpled to the ground, its body twitching in the throes of death. Hunter groaned in pain, his side bleeding freely. "Aria," he breathed, his voice weak. "You shouldn't be here. I'm not leaving you," she said fiercely, her voice full of resolve. "Not now, not ever." But as she stood over him, her wolf standing guard, she realized something. This moment, this bond, wasn't just a burden. It wasn't just a curse. It was a choice. And no matter how much she fought against it, no matter how much she resented it, she was always going to choose him. Because, deep down, the bond wasn't just a chain. It was her strength. It was their strength. "Stay with me," Hunter whispered, his voice filled with a desperate need she couldn't ignore. "Please." Her heart hammered in her chest as she nodded, leaning down to help him. "I'm not going anywhere." And in that moment, she realized something else, something that chilled her to the bone. She had no idea how far this bond would take her, or what it would demand of her. But one thing was certain: nothing at all, could ever break it. Chapter 14. The Rogue Plot. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and ash, the aftermath of the battle still lingering in the wake of the rogue wolves' attack. Aria stood at the edge of the camp, the flickering flames from the burning remnants of the border walls casting long, jagged shadows on the ground. Her wolf form, still primed with adrenaline, hung heavily inside her, the tension between her and Hunter palpable even in the silence. Her heart was still racing, and though the immediate threat had passed, the unease hadn't left her. The rogue wolves were more organized than they had anticipated, attacking with calculated precision. There was something in the way they moved, something coordinated, a purpose behind the chaos. "They're not just random." Hunter's voice broke through her thoughts. He stood beside her, his eyes scanning the wreckage, his body tense. Though the fight had long since ended, he was still carrying the weight of the battle, both physically and emotionally. Aria turned toward him, her eyes meeting his. For a moment, the world seemed to stop around them, the bond pulling at her, demanding her attention. But she quickly shoved it aside, pushing back the thoughts that threatened to overwhelm her. "Who's behind this?" she asked, her voice low. This doesn't feel like just a random attack." They knew where to hit, when to strike. They knew the weaknesses in our defenses. Hunter didn't respond immediately, his gaze flickering to the sky, as though searching for answers in the stars above. The full moon hung in the sky, distant and cold, as if it were mocking the chaos below. "I don't know," he said finally, his voice a quiet growl. "But this," he gestured to the battlefield, his expression hardening. "This is more than just a rogue pack. Someone's behind this. Someone is pulling the strings." Aria felt the knot in her stomach tighten. The idea of betrayal had been growing in her mind ever since the first rogue attack. The pack had been fractured for years, but this felt different. The violence, the precision. It was as if they had been waiting for the right moment, for the right weakness to exploit. "It's not just a rogue pack," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's someone inside the pack, isn't it?" Hunter's eyes shifted to her, his expression unreadable. For a moment, he said nothing, and the silence stretched between them like a taut wire, ready to snap. "You think I don't know that?" he replied finally, his voice tinged with frustration. "I've been trying to get to the bottom of this for weeks. But I can't." His words cut off abruptly, and he turned away from her, walking a few steps toward the fire. The firelight flickered in his eyes, casting shadows across his face, giving him the appearance of a man caught between two worlds. His duty as alpha heir, and the guilt that weighed down his every step. The bond between them flared in response, an ache that radiated through her chest, but Aria fought to keep it under control. Hunter was right. There were enemies inside the pack. She could feel it. The whispers, the strange looks from the other pack members, when they thought no one was listening. The tensions that had been brewing for years, now spilling into the open, like poison seeping into the water. But there was something more, something deeper, lurking beneath the surface, a truth that neither of them had yet uncovered. "Do you have any leads?" she asked, her voice quiet but firm. She stepped forward, her eyes never leaving his back. Hunter hesitated, his shoulders stiffening under the weight of her question. The air between them crackled with unspoken things. Regret, tension, guilt. But there was also something else. Something that had begun to change. The bond. "You think I don't know what you're thinking, Aria." Hunter's voice was sharper than she expected, his frustration seeping through the cracks of his control. "You think I don't feel it. The bond. The pull. The fact that we're stuck together in this mess. Whether we like it or not." Her breath caught in her throat, the sudden surge of emotions overwhelming her. She turned her back to him, needing the space to breathe. "I don't want to be tied to you like this," she admitted softly, her voice laced with a quiet desperation. "I never wanted this. I never wanted to be your mate." Hunter's words came in a low, guttural growl. "I never wanted to be the cause of your pain, Aria. But this bond is not just my doing. It's the moon's. We're stuck with it, whether we want it or not. And that means we need to figure this out together." She couldn't deny the truth in his words, but the bitterness in her heart refused to soften. The bond was supposed to be a gift, a blessing, a symbol of love and unity. But all it had ever brought her was pain, confusion, and a constant reminder of the boy who had once been her friend. The boy who had become her tormentor. "Let's just deal with the rogues first," Aria said, her voice strained. "We'll figure out who's behind this later. One thing at a time, right?" Hunter didn't argue. He simply nodded, his eyes meeting hers one last time before he turned to lead the way deeper into the camp. But as they walked side by side, the silence between them felt heavier than ever, filled with unspoken questions and lingering doubts. In the distance, the howls of the remaining rogue wolves echoed through the trees. But this time, it wasn't just their voices that filled the air. It was the feeling that something more sinister was lurking in the shadows. Someone inside the pack was helping them. Aria could feel it in her bones. Chapter 15. The Alpha's choice, the council chambers, were filled with a suffocating tension. the stone walls pressing in on Aria's chest, as she stood at the back of the room, her eyes fixed on the scene unfolding before her. The long table stretched across the center, its dark wood polished to a reflective sheen, but the gleaming surface couldn't hide the cracks that had begun to show within the pack. At the head of the table sat Alpha Marcus, the aging patriarch whose once unshakable authority had started to erode with the rise of the rogue attacks. His steely gaze cut through the room, landing on Hunter, who stood with his back straight, eyes unwavering, as he faced the council. Aria could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her. The bond, no matter how much she tried to ignore it, was alive between them, twisting in her chest, pulling her toward him. But she couldn't let herself feel it. Not now. Not when everything was falling apart. Hunter. Alpha Marcus's voice was sharp, carrying the authority of someone who had ruled for decades. You've allowed the rogues to breach our borders without any substantial defense. And now we're here, discussing the safety of our pack, while you've been distracted by ill. He turned his cold gaze toward Aria, the hint of venom in his words unmistakable. A mate who clearly despises you. The words stung, but they weren't what hurt the most. It was the way Marcus spoke, like he'd already decided the outcome. Like Hunter had already lost. Aria clenched her fists at her sides. She could feel the heat of her wolf just beneath her skin, the urge to lash out at the alpha's arrogance tugging at her control. But she kept herself still, kept herself quiet, knowing that any sign of weakness would be exploited. I didn't ask for this. Hunter's voice was calm, but there was a steel edge to it that made the room go still. His eyes met Marcus's, his jaw tight with frustration. I didn't ask for this mate bond. But I'm not going to turn my back on her. I'm not going to let the pack crumble because of personal vendettas or old wounds. The rogues are a threat to us all, and we need to focus on that. A murmur ran through the council, some faces hardening in disapproval, while others glanced at each other, uncomfortable with Hunter's words. They weren't used to hearing such defiance from the future alpha. Marcus narrowed his eyes, his lips curling into a thin line. You're forgetting your place, Hunter. You're the heir to the alpha title. The future of this pack rests on your shoulders. If you let your emotions cloud your judgment, if you let this bond control you, you will lose everything. And so will we. The words hung in the air, charged with a threat that was as old as their pack's foundation. Loyalty was everything, and a mate bond, especially one that was unwanted, was seen as a weakness. But Hunter's eyes didn't falter. He was resolute. I'll risk it, he said, his voice low but steady. If standing by her means I lose my position, then so be it. I'll fight for the pack in other ways. But I will not abandon my mate. Not now, not ever. The council was silent. Aria's heart raced as the weight of his words settled over her. She had always known that Hunter carried the weight of responsibility. But to hear him say it so openly, sacrificing everything for her, shook something deep inside her. The bond between them was a chain she couldn't escape, no matter how hard she tried. But it was moments like this, moments when he chose her over everything else, that made it harder to resist. I have to ask. Aria spoke, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. All eyes turned to her. She felt the heat of their stares, the judgment, the disapproval. But she pressed on. What exactly are you willing to sacrifice, Hunter? Your position. Your pack. Hunter's gaze softened slightly, But there was no hesitation in his answer. I'm willing to lose it all, if it means protecting the ones I care about. The pack, the people within it, but especially you. The simplicity of his words, so raw and unapologetic, nearly took her breath away. She had been so focused on hating him, on resenting the bond that tied them together, that she had forgotten the reason he had been placed in her life in the first place. He had never been a villain in her story. He had been a friend, a protector, and maybe, just maybe, he could be that again. Nof. Alpha Marcus's voice rang out, sharp and final. He stood up, his hands slamming against the table. This is not a debate. We are facing a crisis, Hunter. You will not let your personal feelings interfere with your duty. If you cannot learn to separate the two, you are no longer fit to be Alpha. The room grew tense again, as if the very air had thickened with the impending doom of a decision that would alter the course of the pack's future. Aria could feel the uncertainty swirling around them, in the tension between the council members, in the tightening of Hunter's shoulders. You cannot take this from me, Hunter said, his voice unwavering, defiant. I will do what is necessary, not just for the pack, but for everyone who's been affected by this. And I will protect Aria, whatever the cost. With those final words, Hunter turned to leave, his back straight and unwavering. Aria stood in the back of the room, her eyes wide with a mixture of awe and fear. She could feel the shift in the air as the council members muttered among themselves, questioning the strength of their future leader. Chapter 16. Secrets in Blood. The storm had rolled in as quickly as the revelations that had rocked Aria to her core. Dark clouds, pregnant with rain, churned in the sky above the pack's borders, the wind whipping through the trees like a warning. But Aria couldn't focus on the weather. She couldn't focus on anything except the strange, hollow feeling in her chest. It was as if she were standing on the edge of something far too large for her to comprehend, a secret so deep and so buried, it could tear apart everything she had once believed. Hunter had been the one to bring her to the old archives, beneath the Alpha's quarters. He had been the one to insist they uncover the truth together, no matter what it was. They had spent hours digging through dusty tomes and brittle scrolls, the air thick with the musty scent of ancient knowledge. But it wasn't the history of their pack that had caught Aria's attention. It was a single, tattered letter, a letter with her family's name written in the margins. The words inside were so cryptic, so filled with anger and grief, that it sent a chill crawling down her spine. Aria. Hunter's voice cut through her thoughts, deep and careful. He stepped into the dimly lit room, the door creaking shut behind him as he approached. His eyes were heavy with the weight of what they had uncovered. You need to see this. Aria didn't move. Her fingers trembled as they lingered over the letter. The edges frayed, the ink faded with age, but the message still burned through the paper, like a brand. I don't want to see it, she whispered, her voice barely above a breath. Her throat was tight, as if the very air had thickened with the tension between them. She didn't want to know the truth, not like this. Not after everything she had already lost. But Hunter's presence was unwavering. He stepped closer, placing the letter in front of her with a gentleness that betrayed his usual guarded demeanor. You need to know what this means. What it says about your family. About what happened to them. The letter read like a confession, written in the final hours of someone's life. Perhaps someone who had known their fate was sealed, The words spoke of betrayal, of a pact made in blood, one that had sealed the Winters family's fate long before Aria had been born. Her family had been part of the original rebellion. The Winters had been among the first to rebel against the old Alpha, the one who had ruled before Marcus. They had aligned themselves with a faction of rogues, people who had believed the Pact's system of rule needed to be overturned. But when the old Alpha discovered the betrayal, he had ordered the Winters' bloodline wiped out. Her parents had begged for mercy, but the request had fallen on deaf ears. The rogues had been executed, but not before they had managed to plant the seeds of revenge deep within the Pact's heart. The rogue attacks, the whispers of a traitor within. These were the echoes of a vendetta that had been passed down through generations. Hunter stood behind her now, his presence a weight she couldn't escape. He was reading the letter too, his jaw clenched, his eyes dark with the revelation. "You had no idea, did you?" he murmured, his voice a quiet storm. Aria didn't answer. She didn't have to. He knew. "No," she said finally, her voice a hollow echo of her own disbelief. "I had no idea. Why didn't anyone tell me?" Hunter hesitated, unsure of how to answer. He understood the depth of her pain, the betrayal that surged through her veins like a wildfire. She had been kept in the dark, her family's past concealed from her, so that she could live a life of peace, unaware of the blood that had been spilled to protect her. "The truth," he said softly, his voice heavy, "is something no one wanted you to carry. It would have crushed you. It would have destroyed you." Aria turned to face him then, her eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and grief. "What do you think I'm feeling right now, Hunter? What do you think this does to me?" His gaze softened. "I didn't want to bring this to you like this. But you deserve the truth. You need to know that it's not just about your family, the rogue attacks, this vendetta. It's bigger than that. This has been building for years. The rogues, the traitors inside the pack, they're part of something much darker. Something tied to your bloodline." Aria stared at him, her heart pounding in her chest. The bond between them flared to life, a sharp, pulsing ache, but it was buried beneath the growing realization of what she was learning. Her family had been the catalyst for the chaos. The blood they had spilled all those years ago had set in motion a chain of events that led to everything she now faced. She swallowed hard, the weight of her emotions threatening to drown her. "So, what now?" she whispered. "What am I supposed to do with this knowledge?" Hunter didn't answer immediately. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, his eyes searching hers for some sign of understanding. He could feel the struggle inside her, the pull between hatred and grief, between what she wanted to believe and the truth she was forced to accept. "What we do now is fight," he said, his voice low and determined. "We find out who's behind this, who's been pulling the strings, and we end this. Together." Aria met his gaze then, her heart heavy, the bond between them pulling at her in ways she couldn't ignore. But it wasn't just the bond. It was the need to protect her pack, her family, and herself from the ghosts of the past. "I'm with you," she said, her voice firm, steady. "But don't think for one second that this changes everything. You and I, this bond, it's still a mistake, and I will never forget what happened." Hunter's eyes darkened, but there was no hesitation in his response. "We'll deal with that later, Aria. Right now, we need to focus on what's coming. The rogues won't stop until they've destroyed everything." Aria took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the decision settling in her chest. The past was tied to her blood, but her future, her choices, were her own. Together, they would find the answers. Together, they would face the shadows of the past. And together, they would burn everything to the ground, if that's what it took to survive. Chapter 17. The breaking point. The night had fallen heavier than usual. The wind had died down, but the tension in the air was thick with the kind of silence that preceded a storm. The moon, full and haunting, hung in the sky, a silent witness to the turmoil inside Aria's heart. She stood at the edge of the pack's training grounds, her fists clenched at her sides, her breath coming in shallow, uneven gasps. The night had been quiet before, but now the stillness felt almost suffocating, as though the very earth beneath her feet was waiting for her to make a choice. And it was a choice that had been building inside her for days, weeks, maybe longer. The truth of what her family had been involved in, the weight of the bond between her and Hunter, and the escalating threat of the rogue attacks. It was all too much, too many pieces of a puzzle that didn't fit together. Her wolf was restless, agitated, but she refused to listen. She had lived with silence for so long, she had become skilled at ignoring the voice inside her, the voice that now called to her with a quiet but insistent urgency. But then there was Hunter. Always there, always close, like a shadow she couldn't escape. His presence in her life was a constant reminder of the hurt, the betrayal, and the guilt that seemed to cling to him like a second skin. The bond. The mate bond that she had never asked for, the one that was supposed to bring them together, had only driven them further apart. She didn't want this, didn't want him. Not after everything he had done. Not after the years of torment, the cruel words, the rejection that had sliced through her like a blade. He didn't deserve her. He didn't deserve to have her in his life. But the bond, the damn bond, was there, a pulsing ache in her chest, a constant reminder that something deep inside her was tied to him, tied to the very core of his being. And no matter how much she tried to fight it, no matter how many walls she built around herself, the truth was undeniable. Hunter was her mate. And that knowledge had become a prison. The sound of footsteps broke her reverie, the crunch of gravel underfoot loud in the stillness. She didn't have to turn around to know who it was. His scent, the rich, earthy scent of pine and musk, was unmistakable, and it hit her like a wave, pulling her back into the reality she had been avoiding. She didn't look at him. Couldn't. She knew if she did, she would see the same tortured expression in his eyes. The guilt, the desperation, the pleading. She couldn't afford to feel any of it anymore. She had to be strong. For herself. For the past 3 weeks, we've been circling each other, Aria. Hunter's voice came, low and strained, like a raw thread ready to snap. You can't keep doing this. You can't keep pretending like none of this matters. She felt his presence behind her now, just close enough that she could feel the warmth of his body. But still, she didn't turn to face him. Instead, she stared out at the darkened horizon, her eyes narrowed against the wind. I'm not pretending, she said, her voice icy and controlled. I'm done pretending. He was silent for a moment, and for a brief second, Aria thought maybe he would leave her be, give her the space she so desperately needed. But then he moved, and in one swift motion, he was in front of her, his hand grasping her wrist before she could react. Her breath hitched, and her pulse quickened at the unexpected contact. The touch was gentle, but firm, his grip like iron, as though he feared she would slip away from him, as though he feared losing her completely. Aria. He breathed her name, and it felt like a promise and a plea, both wrapped into one. Please, look at me. She shook her head, pulling against his grip, but he wouldn't let go. She could feel his frustration mounting, the intensity of his emotions flooding through their bond, and it made her heart pound with something she couldn't name, something both dangerous and painful. I can't, she whispered, her voice barely audible. I can't keep doing this, Hunter. I can't keep fighting this bond. I hate it. I hate you for what you did. I hate that this is my fate. His grip tightened, but there was no anger in it, only desperation. I know you hate me, he said, his voice rough. I deserve that. But don't push me away, Aria. Don't make the mistake of rejecting this bond. Because it's not just about us. It's about everything that's coming. The rogues, your family's bloodline. We're in this together, whether you like it or not. She pulled her wrist free from his grip, the action sharp and final. No, she snapped, her eyes flashing with a fierce, unfamiliar anger. You don't get to use that against me. You don't get to make this about the pack, about the rogues. This is about you and me, Hunter. And I'm done with you. Done with this bond. I'll find my own way. The words cut through the air like a knife, and for a moment, Aria felt the weight of them settle like a stone in her chest. She had said them. She had finally voiced the rejection she had been holding in for so long, and for a fleeting second, it felt like freedom. But then the bond flared between them, a sharp, unyielding H that twisted in her gut, reminding her that there would be no escaping this. I'm sorry, she said softly, as though to herself. I can't do this anymore. Hunter's eyes locked onto hers, his face pale with emotion, his jaw clenched as if he were struggling to contain something much darker inside. And then, without a word, he turned away, walking back toward the shadows of the training grounds. The space between them had never felt wider. But as the night stretched on, Aria couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the end. Not for her, not for him, not for any of them. The storm was coming, and when it did, everything would change. Chapter 18. Through Fire. The moon hung low in the sky, a bruised crescent that flickered weakly through the churning clouds. The forest was alive with movement, but not the usual rustle of night creatures. This was different. There was a low hum in the air, an electric buzz, an unsettling prelude to the violence that was about to descend upon them. Aria had never felt the weight of the world pressing down on her like this before. She had heard the rumors, the whispers that something was coming. The rogues were growing bolder. Attacks at the borders were escalating, and the pack was on edge. But nothing had prepared her for the violent reality of it. The pack's warriors had been mobilized, their readiness pushed to the limit. But even then, it was clear that the rogue forces had something more to prove tonight. The sound of snarls and howls pierced the otherwise silent night, the air thick with the scent of blood and sweat. Aria stood at the perimeter of the battle, her chest tight, heart hammering. She had been thrust into the middle of this chaos, the surge of adrenaline making her limbs feel as if they might snap with each step. Beside her, Hunter was a solid presence, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. His face was set, jaw clenched, eyes scanning the darkness for threats. He had been more than just an alpha in these past weeks. He had been a leader, but also a man broken by his past, struggling with the weight of a bond he hadn't asked for. And yet, despite everything, despite the tension, the guilt, the rage, there they were. Together. Not as enemies, not as lovers, but as allies. Her wolf stirred, rising with the scent of the fight, its power coiling like a serpent waiting to strike. She could feel it. The bond between her and Hunter pulsing, a deep ache in her chest that urged her to stay close, to protect him, to fight beside him. Aria's grip tightened on the sword she had been given, its cold hilt biting into her palm. She had never fought like this before, never been part of something like this. But tonight, it was different. Tonight, survival was the only thing that mattered. Her eyes flicked toward Hunter once more. He was already moving ahead, leading the charge. Without thinking, she followed him. Every instinct inside her screamed to stay back, to keep a distance. She had never wanted to be his partner in this war. Never wanted to be bound to him in any way. But tonight, the bond didn't feel like a prison. It felt like the only thing keeping her anchored to reality, the only thing keeping her standing as the chaos erupted around her. They didn't speak. There was no need for words between them now. They had crossed that threshold long ago, where silence had become their language. But in that silence, there was an understanding. In the midst of the bloodshed, the howling winds, and the screams of the fallen, they were there for each other. They were the last line of defense, and they both knew it. A rogue lunged at her, teeth bared, claws aimed for her throat. Aria didn't hesitate. Her sword flashed in the moonlight, cutting through the air with a sharp, clean arc. The rogue howled in pain before collapsing to the ground. She didn't have time to celebrate the kill. Another rogue was coming, faster, more ruthless. She could hear his growl, could feel the danger closing in on her. But then, there was Hunter. He moved like a shadow, his strength a blur as he engaged the rogue. His fists collided with the creature's skull, sending it sprawling across the ground. For a moment, the two of them were surrounded, locked in the heart of the battle, their bodies a blur of motion, their minds in perfect sync. Aria's breath came in ragged gasps, but she couldn't stop. The bond burned between them, a quiet, steady flame that spurred her forward, driving her with a purpose she hadn't known she was capable of. Every swipe of her sword, every move she made, felt like it was part of something bigger, something beyond herself. And then, as quickly as it had started, the battle began to slow. The rogues were retreating, their numbers thinning as the pack warriors pushed them back. But the air was still thick with the scent of blood, and the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen. Hunter stood beside her, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling with the effort. His eyes met hers, the intensity of the moment reflected in his gaze. There was no time for anything else. They didn't need to speak. The bond had spoken for them both. As the last of the rogues fled into the trees, the pack began to regroup. Aria looked around at the carnage. The fallen warriors, the wounded, the faces that would forever be marked by tonight's battle. It wasn't over, not by a long shot. The rogues had come for them once, but they would return. And when they did, Aria and Hunter would have to be ready. Hunter moved toward her, his steps slow but deliberate. She could feel the tension in the air, the unspoken words between them. But neither of them could afford the luxury of words right now. The only thing that mattered was what came next. "You fought well," he said quietly, his voice rough with exhaustion. Aria didn't answer immediately. Instead, she allowed herself a brief moment to look at him. really look at him, for the first time in a long while. The boy who had tormented her, who had broken her, was no longer just that. He was the alpha, the man who had fought beside her, bled beside her. And for the first time she understood what the bond meant. She had always thought it would be the thing that would destroy her. But now, as the moonlight bathed the battlefield in its soft, silvery glow, she realized that the bond wasn't her cage. It was her strength. And it was through fire that they would rise. Chapter 19. The Rogue Uprising. The pack's heart pulsed with tension. The battle had ended, but the war was far from over. The clearing outside the pack's main lodge stood quiet for a moment, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. The air had cooled with the dusk, and the scent of burnt wood and blood lingered on the breeze. Yet beneath it all, there was something more, an undercurrent of something darker, something that no one had expected. Aria stood on the perimeter, her back pressed against the cool stone of the lodge. Her eyes scanned the pack, watching as warriors tended to the wounded, their faces grim as they moved with practiced efficiency. The pack had survived the ambush, but the cost was evident. There were too many bodies, too many bloodstains. Beside her, Hunter was silent, his presence like a heavy weight. He had grown accustomed to the weight of responsibility. But tonight it was different. There was something deeper gnawing at him, something he could not ignore. The rogues' attack had been more coordinated than anything they had faced before, and they had left a trail that was far too familiar. They were prepared. Aria said quietly, her voice rough. Her eyes flicked toward Hunter. Too prepared. This wasn't just a random raid. Hunter's jaw tightened, his gaze never leaving the pack members, still recovering from the battle. He could feel the pull of the mate bond, stronger now than ever. It was as though the bond had become a tether between them, making it impossible to ignore the way her emotions fluctuated, how the undercurrent of fear in her voice resonated within him. He turned to face her. "I know," he replied, his voice low, strained. "And that's what worries me." The moon hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the clearing. But it was the shadows in the hearts of their pack members that worried him most. The uncertainty, the whispers that had begun to grow louder in the aftermath of the attack. There had been suspicions about traitors within the pack for months, but now there was no longer room for denial. Someone had been feeding information to the rogues, and the fear that it might be someone within their own ranks. That fear gnawed at Hunter's insides like a disease. Aria could see the doubt etched on his face. The guilt that had been with him since the moment they met now clung to him more than ever. He wasn't just worried about the rogues. He was worried about the pack itself, and more than that, he was worried about her. "You think it's someone close," Aria said, her voice a mere whisper, but there was no mistaking the sharpness in her tone. Hunter didn't reply right away. Instead, he clenched his fists at his sides. The guilt surged up again. He had never wanted this life for Aria, never wanted to tie her to the world of deception, violence, and betrayal that seemed to define his every move. But the mate bond didn't care about what either of them wanted. It only cared about survival. "I think it's time we found out who's really behind all of this," he said, his voice quiet but filled with conviction. They were both silent for a moment, the weight of their shared responsibility settling over them like a heavy cloak. The pack needed a leader, and Hunter wasn't sure if he could be the one they needed, especially now, But Aria was the key. The bond between them had never been stronger, and perhaps it was that connection that would give them the strength to face whatever came next. Before either of them could say anything more, a low growl interrupted the silence. The sound of wolves approaching carried on the wind, and it wasn't the usual pack patrol returning. These were wolves in full battle gear, large, heavily armed, their steps thunderous on the earth. Hunter's gaze snapped to the edge of the clearing, his posture immediately alert. The pack warriors were braced for another attack, but what they didn't expect was that the wolves weren't rogues. They were their own people. A figure stepped forward from the group, his face half covered by a dark cloak. His movements were fluid, deliberate, as though he had walked this path before. He stopped just out of reach of the main group, his eyes flicking briefly toward Hunter and then resting on Aria. "I think it's time we talked," the figure said, his voice cold and cutting through the tension. "We've been waiting for you." Hunter's stomach dropped, and Aria could feel his muscles stiffen beside her. The words hit like a punch to the gut. They had been waiting. Waiting for what? "Who are you?" Hunter's voice was a low growl, but there was something almost hollow in it. The suspicion was growing, gnawing at him. He didn't know whether to trust this man, but the last thing he wanted was another surprise, another betrayal from within. The figure pulled back his hood, revealing a face Aria recognized immediately, though she hadn't seen it in years. "Dante," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Dante had been one of their own, a former member of the pack, before he had disappeared without a trace. He had been close to Aria once, before everything had gone wrong, before she had learned that not all wolves had loyalty in their hearts. His cold blue eyes met hers, and a dark smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "You've grown," he said, with a twisted smirk. "But I'm afraid that won't matter soon enough." The words hung in the air like a promise of something darker, something far more dangerous than the pack had ever anticipated. Chapter 20. The captive mate. The moon had set, but its presence lingered, casting a silver glow over the pack grounds. Aria stood at the edge of the clearing, her hands clenched tightly into fists at her sides. The air was thick with tension, the night stretching long and cold. Beneath it all, her heartbeat thrummed in her ears, each pulse louder than the next, as if reminding her of the danger lurking just out of sight. Hunter stood beside her, his form a solid presence against the backdrop of the darkened trees. His body was still, but there was an energy about him, a restrained tension that made the air around them feel electrified. The quiet of the night felt unnatural, too still for comfort. "I don't trust him," Aria whispered, her voice barely a murmur, though the words cut through the air like a blade. Hunter's jaw tightened. He hadn't said anything about Dante since the moment he'd appeared, but the suspicion had festered within him, like a growing wound. Aria could feel it too, this subtle undercurrent of unease that ran between them, thickening with every passing moment. "I know," Hunter replied, his voice low, the edge of his command still present, even in these private moments. "But we don't have a choice right now. He's part of the puzzle we need to solve." Aria's eyes flicked toward the horizon, where the last remnants of light were fading. She could sense something coming, a shift in the atmosphere. The rogues had been only the beginning, and Dante's reappearance had been the catalyst. In the distance, the sounds of the pack moving through the trees grew louder. The warriors were readying themselves, their eyes wary, their movements tense. But something wasn't right. The air was too thick with the scent of distrust, and no one seemed to trust anyone else anymore. "We can't keep waiting," Aria said, her voice firm. "We need to act before he strikes again. Before it's too late." Hunter turned to her, his gaze sharp, his eyes darkened with unspoken thoughts. "We'll act. But we need to be careful. If Dante is involved in this uprising, then we need to know where his loyalties lie." They were interrupted by the sounds of movement, heavy footsteps, sharp and deliberate. The warriors had gathered in force, but it wasn't a show of strength that was needed now. They were ready for war. But Aria and Hunter both knew, deep down, that war was already here. And it wasn't just the rogues they had to fight. It was the cracks within their own pack that threatened to tear everything apart. The first attack came swiftly, without warning, a blur of motion, the snap of branches, the cry of a warrior who hadn't expected to fall. The sound of claws against flesh echoed through the trees. Hunter's reaction was immediate, his instincts kicking in. He reached for his weapon, but before he could move, Aria was already beside him, her body rigid, her eyes scanning the darkness. "Stay close," Hunter growled, his voice laced with authority. Aria nodded, her own senses sharpening. She could feel the tension building around them. The pack, the rogues, the traitors, all swirling in a dangerous dance that they could no longer ignore. But even as her body tensed, something else tugged at her. A memory, fleeting but powerful, swept through her like a wave. Hunter, his presence beside her, his strength, but more than that, his heart. A sharp yelp from one of the warriors snapped her back to the present. Aria's breath quickened. The attackers were closing in fast. "Move," Hunter snapped, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the safety of the lodge. But before they could take another step, a wolf burst from the trees. A dark, sleek figure, its eyes gleaming with malice. The rogue was quick, moving with an unnatural speed. Its claws slashed through the air, aiming for Aria, but Hunter was faster. With a guttural roar, he lunged forward, taking the rogue down with a powerful swipe of his claws. Aria's heart pounded in her chest as the rogue crumpled to the ground. Hunter's form was poised over it, his eyes flashing with the intensity of a leader who would stop at nothing to protect what was his. The fight was far from over, but there was something different about the way he moved now. A certain desperation in his every action. He wasn't just fighting to protect the pack, he was fighting for her. The rogue's body went limp, its life extinguished with a swift, efficient motion. But as Hunter turned toward Aria, his eyes darkened with a warning. "Stay behind me," he commanded. His voice was a growl, deep and full of authority. But the words felt different now, sharper, more desperate. But Aria didn't back down. She didn't stay behind him. "We can't keep hiding, Hunter," she said, her voice steady, even though her pulse raced. "We have to confront this head-on, together." For a moment, he just stared at her, his chest rising and falling in controlled breaths. His gaze flicked from the rogue's body to her face, and for the first time in a long while, he saw her not just as a woman bound to him by the mate bond, but as an equal. The battle raged around them, but in this moment, there was only her. His grip on her tightened. "Together," he agreed. And in that moment, it wasn't just the rogues they were fighting. It wasn't just the traitors in their midst. It was everything that had kept them apart. The past, the pain, the betrayals. It was all there, hanging in the balance. The fight was far from over. The rogues were multiplying, growing stronger, but they weren't the true enemy anymore. Not when the real battle was inside their own hearts. Aria reached for Hunter's hand, their fingers locking together. The mate bond surged between them, raw and undeniable. The pull between them wasn't just physical. It was survival. It was a force that neither of them could escape, no matter how hard they tried. The rogue uprising was only the beginning. Chapter 21. The wolf within. The battle had subsided. The night was still, but the aftermath was far from peaceful. The wind carried the smell of blood and sweat, mixing with the raw, metallic tang of fear. The pack warriors moved through the clearing, their faces etched with exhaustion and uncertainty. The rogues had been driven back, for now, but the tension in the air was undeniable. It wasn't just the rogues they were fighting anymore. It was something deeper, more insidious. The cracks within their own pack, the unspoken mistrust, the betrayals, they were the real threat. Aria stood at the edge of the clearing, her heart racing as she watched Hunter. He was speaking to the warriors, his voice low, commanding. His presence was like a magnet, pulling everyone around him. But there was a coldness to it, a distance she hadn't noticed before. She could feel it, like a wall between them. Her fingers tightened around the edge of her cloak as she struggled to push down the emotions swirling within her. The mate bond was still there, pulsing with a raw intensity, but it was no longer just a connection. It was an overwhelming force, one that threatened to drown her in its demands. "I don't need this," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling despite her best efforts. "I don't need him." But she did. The bond was too strong, too consuming. No matter how much she tried to push him away, the connection between them refused to fade. Aria's breath hitched in her throat as she felt a sudden surge of energy ripple through her. It was subtle, almost imperceptible. But it was there, a flicker of something deep within her, something she couldn't quite name. A pull that came from the very core of her being. Her wolf. For the first time in her life, Aria felt the stirrings of it. Of power, of strength, of a force that was hers to command. But with that power came a weight, a responsibility she wasn't sure she was ready to bear. The thought of embracing it, of giving in to the wolf that had always been locked away, terrified her. She had lived her entire life as an outcast, a girl without a wolf. How could she suddenly accept this power? How could she become something she had never been? But then she thought of Hunter, of his pain, his guilt, the way he had pushed her away for so long. She had never understood why, but she knew now. It was because of the bond. The mate bond that had shackled him as much as it had shackled her. She was tired of running, of pretending that she could live without him. And yet, she couldn't let go of the resentment, the anger, the betrayal that still burned in her chest. Could she really forgive him? Could she accept the bond that tied them together, despite everything that had happened? The sound of footsteps broke her from her thoughts. Hunter was walking toward her, his expression unreadable. He had seen the flicker of change in her eyes, the shift in her posture, the way she stood at the edge of the clearing, as if she were on the verge of breaking. He had seen it all. The way the bond affected them both, the way it shaped their every thought, every action, and now he could see it in her eyes. Her wolf was awakening. "Aria," he said, his voice soft but firm, "we need to talk." She didn't want to. She didn't want to give in, to let him in. But she knew he was right. They couldn't keep pretending that everything was okay. Not anymore. "I don't want this," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't want the bond. I don't want you." His jaw tightened, and for a moment, she saw the hurt flash across his face. But it was gone just as quickly, replaced by that familiar mask of control. "You don't have to want it, Aria. You don't have to want me. But the bond is here, and it's not going away. You can fight it, but it'll only hurt you more in the end." She shook her head, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. "I'm not ready for this. I'm not ready to be tied to you. Not after everything." He stepped closer, his eyes softening as he reached out to her. I know it's hard. But you're not alone in this. I'm here, and I'll do whatever it takes to prove that to you." For a moment, Aria's heart wavered. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to give in to the bond, to let him in, to feel the warmth of his touch and the comfort of his presence. But there was too much pain, too many scars, too much history between them. "You've hurt me, Hunter," she said, her voice trembling. "You've made me believe that I wasn't worth anything, that I didn't deserve love. How am I supposed to trust you now?" His face fell, his eyes darkening with the weight of her words. He didn't speak for a long moment, just stood there, as if the very air around them had thickened with the heaviness of her confession. "I never wanted to hurt you," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've been running from this for so long, running from you, from what I've done. But I can't run anymore. I can't keep pushing you away. I know I've made mistakes. I know I've hurt you. But I swear, I'll do whatever it takes to make it right." She looked at him, her heart torn between the anger she still felt and the pull of the bond that kept drawing her to him. She wanted to fight it. She wanted to reject him, to walk away and never look back. But the bond wouldn't let her. It was too strong, too powerful. And so, with a heavy heart, she made her decision. "Show me, then," she said, her voice firm but soft. "Show me that you're not the same person who hurt me. Show me that you're worth this bond. Because right now, I don't believe you." Hunter nodded, his expression one of determination. "I'll prove it to you. Every day. For the rest of my life." And as the words hung in the air between them, Aria could feel the pull of the bond grow stronger, more insistent. But it wasn't just the bond. It was him, his presence, his promise. For the first time in years, she allowed herself to believe. Chapter 22. The rogue's shadow. The night was unusually still. No rustling leaves, no distant howls. The pack, usually so attuned to the rhythm of the forest, was unnervingly silent. Even the wolves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for something, anything, to break the tension that hung like a thick fog. Aria stood by the edge of the pack's training grounds, her gaze fixed on the horizon. The stars were swallowed by a dense cloud cover, and the moon, once so full and bright, was now nothing more than a sliver of light. It mirrored her own uncertainty, that quiet, distant pull she had felt ever since the first rogue attack. But tonight, it felt different. The air was heavier, as though something far darker was approaching. Her thoughts drifted to Hunter. The bond between them had only grown stronger, more demanding, even as she tried to push it away. She had spent the past few days avoiding him, retreating to the quiet of the woods whenever she could. She needed space, distance from the tension that constantly crackled in the air whenever they were near each other. But no matter how far she went, No matter how hard she tried to resist, the bond always drew her back. The ache in her chest, the pull in her gut. She couldn't escape it. And then there was the weight of her own transformation. The power that had awakened within her, stirring like a fire beneath her skin. She could feel it now, that simmering strength, the wolf inside her stirring, trying to break free. She had never understood what it meant to be a wolf, not really. Not until now. "You're running again." The voice broke through her thoughts, and she stiffened. It was Hunter, his presence unmistakable, even before she turned to face him. He was standing at the edge of the clearing, his figure cloaked in shadow, his eyes glowing with an intensity that matched the storm brewing inside of her. "I'm not running," she said, her voice colder than she intended. "I'm just thinking." "You've been thinking a lot lately," Hunter replied, his voice soft but edged with something darker. "You've been avoiding me." Aria felt a pang of guilt twist in her chest, but she quickly pushed it aside. She couldn't let him see how much the bond affected her, how much it scared her. She couldn't let him see the way her heart clenched every time he was near, the way she felt torn between wanting to run and wanting to stay. "I'm not avoiding you," she said, her voice shaking slightly despite her best efforts. "I just need some time." "Time for what?" Hunter's steps were slow but deliberate as he approached her. "You can't keep running from this, Aria." "From me. From what we are." Aria's chest tightened. She could feel the bond thrumming between them, the way it pulled at her, demanding her attention. She wanted to reject it, to turn away from the pain, but something inside her, a part of her she couldn't ignore, wanted to embrace it, wanted to let it consume her. "I don't want to be your mate," she whispered, more to herself than to him. Hunter's eyes softened, but there was a rawness to them, an honesty she wasn't sure she could handle. "You don't get to choose that, Aria. The bond chose us long before we even knew it existed." The words hit her like a physical blow. She had been so determined to reject him, to reject the bond, but the reality of it, of them, was something she couldn't escape. "I don't know if I can do this," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know if I can forgive you, if I can trust you." Hunter took another step closer, his gaze never leaving hers. "I don't deserve your forgiveness, but I'll fight for it. I'll fight for you. For us. Every day." She shook her head, her breath coming faster now, her heart pounding in her chest. "How can you fight for something you don't understand? How can you fight for something that—" She broke off, her voice trailing into silence as she turned away, unwilling to let him see the turmoil roiling inside her. Hunter's hand shot out, catching her wrist in a gentle but firm grip. She froze, her heart racing in her chest. "Because I understand more than you think," he said, his voice low and steady. "I know what it's like to feel like a burden, to feel like I'm broken. I know what it's like to be trapped in a life I didn't choose. But we don't have to be defined by our past. Not anymore." Aria's breath caught in her throat. She turned to face him again, her eyes searching his face for any sign of insincerity, but all she found was the same raw emotion she had seen in his eyes since the first rogue attack: guilt, regret, and a desperation that mirrored her own. "I'm not asking you to forgive me," Hunter continued, his grip tightening slightly. "I'm asking you to fight with me. To fight for what we could have, if we stop letting the past control us." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning, heavy with the weight of everything that had come before. Aria felt the bond tugging at her once again, this time not as a chain, but as a lifeline. She had been fighting it for so long, but now, she wasn't sure she could anymore. For the first time, she allowed herself to truly see him. Not just as the boy who had tormented her, but as the man standing before her now, willing to fight for something she wasn't sure she even believed in. She closed her eyes, drawing in a deep breath as the wolf inside her stirred, awakening in a way she hadn't felt before. She didn't have all the answers. She didn't know if she could ever fully forgive him, but she knew one thing for sure: the bond was here to stay, and so was he. When she opened her eyes again, the decision was made. "Okay," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the pounding of her heart. "I'll fight with you, but don't expect me to make it easy." Hunter's lips curved into a smile, a genuine, heartfelt smile. "I wouldn't have it any other way." As they stood there, the wind beginning to pick up around them, Aria could feel the first stirrings of something new, something she hadn't expected. It wasn't forgiveness, not yet, but it was a start. Chapter 23. Trapped together. The days that followed were a blur of tension and uncertainty. The rogue attacks had grown more frequent, more violent, and the pack had been forced to shift into a higher state of readiness. Aria could feel the weight of it in her bones, the constant undercurrent of danger that hummed in the air, like the crackling before a storm. But amidst the chaos, there were moments of clarity. Brief moments when she would find herself alone with Hunter, the bond pulling them together despite the distance they both tried to maintain. He had been there every time, watching her, protecting her from the shadows, but neither of them spoke about the connection that had grown too powerful to ignore. Aria found herself on edge, unable to escape the bond's pull. She would retreat to her training sessions with the pack, focusing on the movements of her body, trying to lose herself in the rhythmic motion of combat. But even then, her mind would drift back to Hunter, his gaze, the way his presence wrapped around her like an invisible thread. And then, that night, it happened. The pack had received word of a potential rogue threat along the northern border. The news came with urgency, and soon, Aria found herself in the thick of the preparations, her wolf instincts demanding her involvement. Hunter was by her side, his sharp eyes scanning the trees as he briefed the pack on their defensive strategy. Aria had always hated these situations, had always hated being thrust into the heart of danger. But tonight, something felt different. There was a sense of inevitability in the air, something heavy and unspoken. As they moved toward the border, she couldn't help but feel like this moment would change everything. "You're tense." Hunter's voice came low beside her. She could feel the heat of his body, the proximity of him like a constant, undeniable presence. Aria stiffened, her lips pressing into a thin line. "I'm fine." "No, you're not," he said, his tone soft but insistent. "I can feel it. You're pushing yourself too hard." "I'm fine," she repeated, this time with more force. She couldn't let him see how badly the bond was affecting her. How badly she wanted to give in, to let him in, but how afraid she was to do so. Hunter didn't respond immediately, but the weight of his gaze lingered on her, his eyes flicking over her as if searching for something, some answer she wasn't willing to give. The night sky above them darkened as the pack reached the northern border. The trees here were dense, the air thick with the smell of pine and earth. The full moon had begun to rise, casting long shadows across the ground, and Aria could feel the pull of it, the way it coaxed her wolf to the surface. But it wasn't just the moon she felt. A faint rustling noise reached her ears, a sound too subtle to be the wind, too deliberate to be anything else. Her body tensed, her senses sharpening as the rogue scent hit her nostrils. "Stay alert." Hunter's voice cut through the tension, low and commanding. He was already moving, positioning himself to protect her, even though she hadn't asked for it, even though she hadn't asked for any of this. They moved forward in a tight formation, the pack members flanking them on all sides, their eyes darting through the shadows. Aria's heart pounded in her chest, the adrenaline surging as they approached the clearing where the rogue scent had been the strongest. And then they saw it. A flash of movement, too quick to be fully seen, darting through the trees. Before anyone could react, the attack came, a blur of shadows and claws, aiming directly for Aria. Everything happened at once. Hunter's instincts kicked in. He lunged, shoving Aria out of the way, just as the rogue's claws slashed through the air. The rogue's body collided with his, sending them both tumbling to the ground in a heap of fur and muscle. Aria scrambled to her feet, her heart racing. The fight was chaotic, wild, untamed, as the rogue fought with a savagery that sent ripples of fear through the pack. But it wasn't just the rogue she had to worry about. It was Hunter. She saw the flash of steel, the rogue's claws finding their mark on Hunter's side. The wound was deep, too deep, and blood stained the ground beneath him. Aria's breath caught in her throat as the world seemed to freeze around her. She had to do something. Without thinking, she sprinted toward the two, her wolf taking over as the urge to protect, to fight, surged through her. She was faster than she had ever been before, her senses heightened, her body moving in sync with the world around her. Hunter's eyes locked with hers as the rogue lifted its claws to strike again. The moment their gazes met, something inside Aria snapped. She reached out, summoning the strength that had been bubbling under the surface, that dormant power she had felt since her first shift. The air around her seemed to hum, a rush of energy building as her wolf roared inside her. With a cry of fury, she reached the rogue just in time, her claws raking through its side, the sound of ripping flesh filling the air. The rogue staggered back, its eyes wide with shock, before it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Aria stood over it panting, her blood pounding in her ears. Her wolf had taken control, and for the first time, she felt it. Her strength, her power, her place among the wolves. She had saved Hunter. She had fought for them both. But when she turned to look at him, her heart sank. Hunter was on the ground, blood staining his shirt, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow. "Hunter!" she cried, rushing to his side. Her hands shook as she pressed against his wound, trying to stop the bleeding. But it was no use. The blood kept flowing, too fast, too much. His eyes fluttered open, his lips curling into a weak smile. "I told you I'd fight for you," he whispered, his voice hoarse, filled with pain. Tears sprang to her eyes, but she couldn't let them fall. Not yet. She had to save him. Chapter 24, An Unwanted Confession. The moon hung high above, casting long shadows over the clearing as the pack regrouped, their bodies tense from the aftermath of the rogue attack. Aria stood by Hunter's side, her hands still shaking from the adrenaline of the fight, but her heart was heavy with the weight of what had just happened. Hunter's wound was severe, and even now, as she held pressure against the gash in his side. The blood kept seeping through her fingers. It wasn't a wound she could heal with mere force. His breathing was shallow, labored. But there was a faint glimmer in his eyes, one that told her he was still with her, still fighting. And that thought kept her from completely losing herself in the panic gnawing at her insides. The pack had moved to secure the perimeter, but Aria couldn't tear herself away from Hunter. Not now, not when the bond between them pulsed so strongly it nearly drowned out all her other thoughts. "You're going to be okay," she whispered fiercely, though she knew she couldn't promise him that. His eyes fluttered open at the sound of her voice, his lips curling into a faint smile that barely reached his eyes. "Always the optimist," he muttered, but there was no mocking in his tone. Only wariness, and something deeper, something unspoken. "I'm not letting you die," Aria said, the words slipping out before she could stop them. It wasn't just a declaration of defiance, it was a plea. A raw, desperate plea that rose from the very core of her. Hunter's hand twitched, reaching out to her, and she took it without thinking. He squeezed her hand with the little strength he had left, and for a brief moment, everything between them seemed to fade away. The pain, the tension, the past. There was only the bond, an invisible force pulling them together in a way that neither of them had ever truly understood. "I never wanted you to be hurt." Hunter's voice was barely more than a whisper, his eyes locking with hers, searching for something in her expression. "I didn't mean for any of this to happen." Aria froze at the sincerity in his words, the weight of his confession making her chest tighten. She had been prepared for anger, for resistance, for the usual cold distance he kept between them, but not this. Not vulnerability. "I didn't mean it," he repeated, his voice breaking slightly. "I didn't mean to push you away. I thought if I kept you at a distance, it would be easier. Easier for both of us." Aria swallowed hard, her heart beating erratically in her chest. She had never expected this. Not after everything. Not after the years of torment, of feeling as if she were nothing more than a shadow in his life. To hear him speak this way, to hear him admit that he had hurt her because of his own insecurities, his own fears, shattered something inside her. "Why?" she finally asked, her voice soft but steady, even though her hands trembled. "Why did you treat me that way? Why did you?" "I couldn't stand it," he interrupted, his voice raw with emotion. "I couldn't stand the way I felt when I was around you. The bond, the pull. It was too much. Too much for someone like me. And I thought, if I kept you close, if I let myself care for you, it would destroy everything. I thought it would make me weak. But now I can't undo what I've done." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with regret. Aria's heart ached at the depth of his confession, at the rawness in his eyes. She had always thought he was strong, impervious to the vulnerability she had so often felt. But here he was, as broken as she had been all these years. Aria shook her head, fighting the surge of emotion that threatened to overwhelm her. "Hunter, you don't get it?" she said, her voice shaking but firm. "You've been hurting me for years, and I've been running from that pain, building walls to keep it out. But now—" She paused, swallowing hard. "Now, I don't know if I can trust you again. I don't know if I can forgive you for everything." The words were painful, but they needed to be said. She needed to say them, even if they tore her apart. Hunter closed his eyes, his grip on her hand tightening slightly. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness. I never did. But I'll fight for it, Aria. I'll fight for you. If you'll let me." His words were simple, but they carried with them a promise, one that made her chest ache with conflicting emotions. She had spent so long hating him, resenting him for the years of pain he had caused her, and, yet, here he was, asking for something she didn't know if she could give. "I don't know if I can," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But I'm not running anymore." The silence between them stretched on, the weight of their confessions pressing down on them both. The bond was stronger than ever now, a living, breathing thing that neither of them could ignore. But it wasn't just the bond that had changed everything. It was the truth, the raw, painful truth that they had both been carrying for far too long. Hunter nodded slowly, his gaze never leaving hers. "Then we'll figure it out," he said quietly. "Together." The words hung in the air between them, a promise neither of them had been ready to make. Until now. But before either of them could say anything else, the sound of footsteps echoed through the clearing, pulling them from their moment of fragile connection. The pack was returning, their figures dark against the trees. Aria's heart sank, and she pulled her hand away from Hunter's, though she couldn't quite bring herself to stand. The moment between them had been brief, but it had shifted something inside her, something she couldn't ignore. "I'll stay with you," she said softly, her voice steady now. "But we need to get you back to the pack. You're not safe out here." Hunter nodded, his expression softening, and for the first time in years, Aria saw the boy who had once been her best friend, the boy who had once held her secrets, the boy who, perhaps, still held the key to her heart. Chapter 25. The Rogue's Plot. The campfire crackled in the center of the clearing, its light casting flickering shadows on the faces of the gathered pack members. Tension simmered in the air, thick and palpable, as if the very ground beneath them knew the danger that was coming. Aria sat at the edge of the circle, her knees drawn to her chest, her gaze locked on the dancing flames, but her mind was miles away. She hadn't been able to stop thinking about Hunter's confession, his vulnerability, his guilt, and the promise he had made. But even as she felt the bond between them grow stronger, a dark whisper of doubt lingered in the back of her mind. What if he couldn't change? What if the damage was already done, and they were both doomed to fall into the same patterns of pain and rejection? The night had fallen silent around them, but inside her, the conflict raged. She had promised herself she would never be weak again, never let herself be controlled by the past. But Hunter was part of that past, and now, whether she liked it or not, he was tied to her future. The mate bond had made sure of that. A sudden rustling in the trees broke her reverie, pulling her back to the present. She turned her head, just in time to see a shadow slip out from behind the dense foliage. A familiar figure. Hunter. He had been gone for hours, dealing with the aftermath of the rogue attack, coordinating with the pack's warriors, and tending to his injuries. But now, as he approached, there was something different in his posture, a kind of wariness in his movements that made the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. As he drew closer, their eyes met, and something passed between them. A wordless exchange that spoke volumes. Aria's heart skipped a beat, and for a moment, the noise of the world around them faded away, leaving only the steady pulse of her own blood and the unspoken understanding that hung between them. "We need to talk." Hunter's voice was low, urgent, his eyes scanning the camp as though he was looking for something or someone. Aria stood, her legs still stiff from sitting for so long, but she didn't hesitate. She could feel the weight of his words before he even spoke them. Whatever was coming, it was bigger than either of them. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice steady but edged with concern. "It's the rogues," he said, glancing around once more before stepping closer. "There's something off about these attacks. They're too coordinated, too deliberate. It's not just random violence. Someone's pulling the strings." A chill ran down Aria's spine. She had suspected as much. The rogue packs that had been attacking their borders were growing bolder, their attacks more frequent, but the pattern hadn't made sense. And now, with Hunter's confirmation, she knew they were dealing with more than just rogue wolves seeking power. "Do you think someone in the pack is involved?" Aria asked, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and suspicion. She didn't want to believe it, but the possibility had been gnawing at her since the first attack. Hunter didn't answer immediately. Instead, he looked away, his jaw clenching in frustration. "I don't know, but I think we're being betrayed from the inside." The words hit her like a physical blow. Betrayal, the very thing she feared most. They had all been taught to trust their pack, to rely on each other, but now, that trust was being called into question. Who could they trust, if even one of their own might be working against them? Aria felt her breath catch in her throat, but she refused to let the fear consume her. "What are we going to do about it?" Hunter's gaze hardened. "We need to find out who's behind this before it's too late. We need to act fast, and we need to do it carefully. If the wrong wolf catches wind of what we're doing, it could tear this pack apart." Aria nodded, her resolve hardening. She had never felt more certain of her role in all of this. The mate bond had tied her to Hunter in ways she hadn't been able to comprehend, but now it felt like more than just a curse. It was a source of strength, a connection that would allow her to help him, and to help their pack, through whatever storm was coming. "Let's do it," she said, her voice firm. "Together." Hunter's expression softened just for a moment, and then he gave a single nod. "We'll need to keep this between us for now. No one can know what we're planning until we have a clearer picture. The fewer people who know, the less chance there is of a leak." Aria's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dangerous lighting up in her chest. She didn't care who the traitor was, but she cared about protecting the pack. She cared about her family, and if there was anyone who was trying to destroy that, they would regret it. "Do you think it's one of the elders?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Hunter hesitated, the tension in his shoulders telling her that he had thought about it already. "It could be, but I don't want to jump to conclusions. Whoever it is, they're careful. They're covering their tracks well." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of their next steps hanging heavy in the air. And then, as if on cue, the rest of the pack began to gather around them, the crackle of the fire and the murmurs of the others pulling them back into the present. Hunter squeezed her hand before he stepped away, the moment of intimacy fleeting but meaningful. "We'll figure this out," he said softly, the determination in his voice clear. "We have to." Aria nodded, her mind already racing with possibilities. She couldn't shake the feeling that everything they had fought for, everything they had built, was about to be tested in ways they never expected. But she wasn't afraid. She had come too far to back down now. Chapter 26, The Alpha's Choice. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale, silvery glow over the pack's gathering grounds. The wind was sharp, cutting through the trees, and whispering secrets that only wolves could hear. Aria stood at the edge of the clearing, her back straight, her eyes scanning the night with the sharpness of a predator. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest, as though the entire forest was holding its breath. Hunter had been distant ever since their conversation by the fire. The uncertainty, the secrecy of their plans, had created a rift between them, even though they had promised to work together. It was as if the unspoken truths between them, about the rogues, the betrayal in the pack, and the future they could share, hung like a fog in the air. Every glance he threw her way was laced with doubt, every word he spoke was guarded. The more she tried to understand him, the more he withdrew. Tonight, the pack council would meet to discuss the rogue attacks, the escalating threats, and the fractures within their own ranks. Aria knew what was at stake. It wasn't just the survival of the pack, it was Hunter's future, his claim to the alpha position. And she was caught in the middle of it all. The clearing was filled with tension. As the elders took their seats around the stone circle, Hunter stood at the head, his posture proud but strained. The pack's eyes were on him, waiting for him to speak, to lead. But as he looked at Aria from across the fire, there was something different in his gaze. Something softer. The way his eyes lingered on her made her chest tighten, but also filled her with a strange sense of hope. It was then that Elder Cormac, the eldest of their pack, cleared his throat and stood, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "We have gathered to discuss the recent rogue attacks," he began, his sharp gaze flicking over each member of the council. "It is clear that these attacks are not random. We suspect treachery within our own ranks." The council murmured in agreement, but Aria could feel the eyes of the pack turn toward Hunter. This was the moment they had all been waiting for. Would he defend them? Or would he be forced to confront the traitors among them? Hunter's voice broke the silence, low but steady. "We will find the source of these attacks. I will not let this pack fall." But as he spoke, Aria saw the hesitation in his eyes. The weight of his words was not just for the rogues. It was for the pack's future. And for her. Elder Cormac leaned forward, his gaze sharp. "And what of your mate, Hunter? Will you continue to lead this pack with a bond that is—" He paused, a sneer creeping onto his lips. Unwanted. The question was a blow. It wasn't the first time someone had challenged Hunter's right to lead, but this time, the words cut deeper. Aria could see the strain in his jaw, the flicker of guilt that crossed his face before he hardened his expression. "I am the alpha heir," Hunter said, his voice unwavering, but his eyes never left Aria. "I will not let my personal life interfere with my duties." But Aria could feel the tension building between them. It wasn't just about the rogues anymore. It was about his place in the pack, and the choices he had to make. Would he continue to fight for the pack's survival? Or would he finally make the choice to embrace the mate bond with her, and risk everything? The elders muttered among themselves, some skeptical, others approving. But Aria could see that the choice was not just his to make. The pack needed him to lead, needed him to be decisive. But would his heart, torn between his duty and his love for her, allow him to? Hunter turned to face the council, his voice now a low growl. I will do whatever it takes to protect this pack. No one will tear us apart, not from the inside or out." The council was silent, but their judgment had already been passed. The words of the elders lingered like a dark cloud over them. And then, as if fate had decided that it was time for the truth to be known, Aria stepped forward. Her heart pounded in her chest, but she didn't hesitate. She knew the risks, the dangers of what she was about to do, but she had made her choice. "Hunter is not alone in this," she said, her voice firm, her gaze locked on the council. "I stand with him, no matter what happens. No matter what you think of our bond, we will face this together." Her declaration was met with a stunned silence, but she didn't flinch. She could feel Hunter's gaze on her, soft and full of something she couldn't quite name, but it was there, in the quiet space between them. Elder Cormac's eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. The other elders shifted uncomfortably, clearly unsure how to respond to Aria's challenge. The pack was divided. But in that moment, Aria realized that she no longer cared. She wasn't just standing by Hunter out of obligation. She was standing by him because she believed in him, because she believed in them. Hunter turned to her, his expression unreadable, but then he nodded once, the smallest of gestures. But to Aria, it meant everything. In that moment, she knew that they were no longer two separate forces. He was the alpha, yes, but she was his equal. And together, they would face whatever came next. Chapter 27: Secrets in Blood. The air was thick with the scent of earth and blood, mingling with the tension that crackled between the pack members. Aria stood at the entrance to the old pack archives, her hand resting against the heavy door. It was a place she had avoided for years, filled with history, with secrets that had been buried deep beneath layers of time and dust. But today, she had no choice. The answers she sought were buried within these walls, and she would find them, no matter the cost. Hunter's presence at her back was a quiet reassurance, but even he couldn't shake the unease that clung to the air. Since their confrontation with the council, everything had shifted. Aria could feel the weight of the rogues' attacks pressing down on them, the shadows of betrayal growing larger with each passing day. And she knew, deep in her bones, that the pack's history was far darker than anyone had ever let on. "This is where it all started," Hunter said quietly, his voice low but heavy with meaning. His gaze was fixed on the door before them, and for a moment, Aria wondered what he saw in the shadows beyond. The rogues, the lies, it's all tied together. Aria nodded, her heart pounding as she pushed the door open. The hinges groaned, protesting against the years of neglect, but the space beyond was silent, cloaked in the musty scent of old parchment and forgotten memories. The flickering light from the lanterns they carried cast long shadows across the stone floor as they stepped inside, the silence amplifying their every footstep. The archives were vast, stretching farther than Aria had imagined. Rows upon rows of bookshelves, filled with journals, ledgers, and faded scrolls, lined the walls. But it wasn't the shelves that caught her attention. It was the locked cabinet at the far end of the room, tucked away in the corner, hidden behind layers of old tapestries. It was an unassuming piece of furniture, but Aria could feel its significance. It was there that the answers waited. She turned to Hunter, her voice barely above a whisper. "We need to open that." Hunter's jaw tightened as he nodded, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. "It's forbidden. The pack elders have kept it locked for a reason." "I don't care," Aria said, her resolve hardening. "We need to know the truth. The rogues, the betrayal, it's all connected to this pact to us. I'm not going to let them tear us apart without understanding why." Hunter hesitated, his gaze shifting between the cabinet and Aria. Then, with a deep breath, he moved toward the locked cabinet, his hands steady as he searched through his belt for the key. The tension between them was palpable, but Aria could see the determination in his eyes. He, too, understood the stakes. As the key turned in the lock, a sharp click echoed through the room, followed by the creak of the cabinet doors swinging open. Inside, instead of scrolls or records, they found something far more unexpected: a box, intricately carved and sealed with wax. The seal, dark and heavy, bore the insignia of the Alpha bloodline. Hunter's bloodline. But there was something else. A symbol that neither of them recognized. A twisted, intertwined pattern that looked almost like a wolf's paw, but distorted, unnatural. Hunter's hand shook as he reached for the box. His fingers brushed the seal, and for a moment, everything felt frozen. The air seemed to hum, the very walls around them seeming to pulse with an ancient energy. Aria's heart raced as she watched him lift the box from its resting place, her mind racing with questions she couldn't yet answer. "What is this?" Aria asked, her voice barely a whisper. Hunter didn't answer immediately. He turned the box over in his hands, his brow furrowing as he studied the intricate carvings. Then, with a swift motion, he broke the seal. The sound of the wax cracking was sharp in the stillness of the room. Inside, the box contained a single scroll, its edges tattered and worn, as though it had been handled by countless hands over the years. Hunter unrolled it carefully, his eyes scanning the faded ink. Aria stepped closer, her breath catching in her throat as the words began to take shape. It was a letter. A message written by someone who had known the bloodline well. Someone who had been there when everything began. The letter detailed a dark secret, one that tied the Alpha bloodline to the origins of the rogue attacks. The truth was far worse than they had ever imagined. The rogues. Aria whispered, her voice barely audible, as she read the ancient words aloud. They were created. A twisted experiment gone wrong. Hunter's gaze flicked to her, his heart sinking as the weight of the revelation settled over them. "What do you mean?" "Created." Aria swallowed hard, the words on the scroll unraveling a terrible truth. "The letter says that the original Alpha, the first of our line, made a pact with dark forces. He sought power, immortality, but the cost was high. The bloodline was corrupted, twisted, and in his desperation, he experimented on his own pack. The rogues were the result." Hunter shook his head in disbelief. The revelation too much to bear. "No. This can't be true." But the words on the scroll told a different story. The rogues had not simply been born from strife. They were the direct result of an ancient pact, a betrayal of the pact's very foundation. And now, that dark power had come full circle. The pack was being hunted by the very monsters that had once been created to serve them. "This explains everything," Aria said, her voice thick with disbelief. "The rogues. They're not just attacking because they want power. They're seeking revenge." Hunter's face was pale, the weight of his lineage crushing down on him. He had spent his life training to lead the pack, to fix the mistakes of his ancestors. But now, the truth was clear. The pack's future had always been tied to the darkness in its past. The room seemed to close in on them. the silence pressing down on Aria's chest as the enormity of what they had uncovered settled over her like a heavy cloak. The secrets of the past, the betrayal, the twisted legacy, it was all tied to them, to the very blood running through their veins. "This isn't over," Hunter said, his voice tight with determination. "We have to stop them. The rogues. The truth. We have to end this once and for all." Aria met his gaze, her heart heavy with the weight of their shared future. The bond between them pulsed with an intensity she couldn't ignore, but there was no time for that now. They had a war to fight, a future to fight for, and the truth, no matter how dark, would lead them to the only place they could survive. Together. Chapter 28. The breaking point. The night was cold, far colder than it should have been for late spring. The moon hung low in the sky, a sharp, silver crescent, casting an eerie glow across the pack's training grounds. Aria's breath formed clouds in the crisp air as she paced back and forth at the edge of the clearing, her mind swirling with everything she had just learned. The weight of the truth felt like a storm pressing in on all sides, suffocating her thoughts. She had always known that the past held dark secrets, but never in her wildest dreams had she imagined it was tied to her and Hunter. The rogues, twisted by an ancient pact, bred from the very bloodline they had sworn to protect. How could it be that the pack she had spent her entire life with had been built on such a foundation? Aria, the sound of his voice, soft but commanding, cut through her thoughts, and she froze. Slowly, she turned to face him. Hunter stood near the gates of the training yard, his broad shoulders outlined by the moonlight. His posture was stiff, his gaze unreadable, and she could sense the turbulence churning inside him. He had been carrying the weight of their family's past for days now, but today he was different. There was an edge to him, something raw, as if the very air around him was charged with the tension of their unspoken words. He stepped forward, his boots crunching softly on the gravel. Every step he took felt like an unspoken command, but it didn't matter how close he got. Aria still felt a distance between them. The bond that was supposed to pull them together seemed to be doing the opposite, driving a wedge that only grew wider as time passed. "You've been avoiding me," he said, his voice low, not accusatory, but laced with something softer, more vulnerable. "We need to talk about what we found, about what this means for the pack, for us." Aria shook her head, trying to banish the tears threatening to rise. "No," she said, her voice breaking slightly. "I can't." Hunter's expression shifted, something flickering in his eyes, as if the walls he had carefully built around his emotions had started to crack. His gaze softened as he stepped closer, but it wasn't enough. The bond between them, a bond she hated and couldn't deny, pushed her away. It tugged at her heartstrings, coaxing her to close the distance, to finally let herself feel what was meant to be. But no matter how hard she tried, her resentment and pain blocked her from embracing it. "You can't keep running from this area," he said, the words coming out with a raw honesty that stopped her in her tracks. "I know I've hurt you. I know I'm not who you want me to be. But the truth is," his voice faltered, and his face twisted in pain, "I don't know what else to do." The vulnerability in his voice struck her like a physical blow. For a moment, the cold night air seemed to still, as if the world itself was holding its breath. She could feel the weight of his guilt, the raw sincerity in his words, and it made her heart ache. But it wasn't enough. Not yet. I don't know if I can forgive you, she whispered, the words slipping out before she could stop them. The truth of her feelings, buried beneath years of fear and resentment, finally broke free. I don't know if I can ever look at you the same way again. Hunter's expression hardened, and for a fleeting moment, his eyes flickered with a mixture of anger and anguish. But before either of them could speak again, the sound of a distant howl echoed through the trees. It was low and mournful, sending a chill down Aria's spine. A rogue's howl. A shadow fell over them both, and instinctively, they both turned toward the source of the sound. The clearing beyond the training yard was silent, but Aria's senses were on high alert. Something was coming. Rogue pack, Hunter muttered under his breath, his tone now cold and resolute. Stay here. I'll handle this. No, Aria said quickly, her voice suddenly sharp with determination. I'm not staying behind. I'm not hiding anymore. Hunter hesitated, his gaze flicking between her and the horizon, where the shadows of the trees seemed to shift unnaturally. His lips pressed into a thin line, but the decision was made. They couldn't afford to be divided, not when the rogue attacks were growing bolder by the hour. Fine, he said, though there was a warning edge in his voice. But stay close. Together, they moved toward the source of the howls. The training grounds were abandoned now, the other warriors having already retreated to their posts. But Aria wasn't thinking of them. She wasn't thinking of the pack. She was thinking of the secrets she had uncovered, the blood that bound her to this war, and the boy, no, the man, who was tied to her in ways she couldn't escape. As they neared the edge of the pack's territory, the tension between them felt unbearable, but the urgency of the rogue attack was enough to keep them focused. Hunter, Aria said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper. We need to stop this, once and for all. Hunter's jaw tightened. We will, he said, his voice full of finality. But first, we need to survive. Chapter 29. The Lycan's choice, the cold of the night, seemed to press closer with every passing minute, wrapping its fingers around Aria's throat, squeezing the breath from her lungs. The moonlight, once gentle and ethereal, now felt sharp, as if it too was waiting for something, waiting for her, for Hunter, for the choices that had already been set in motion. The rogue howl had been the final warning, and now they were within striking distance. The distant howls had multiplied, echoing in the night, and the shadowy figures that slinked through the trees were closer than ever. Aria could feel the shift in the air, a sense of impending chaos that seemed to ripple outward, spreading fear in every direction. Hunter's presence beside her was solid, unwavering. A wall she couldn't push away even if she tried. But the bond between them, a bond that had once been a spark of warmth, a promise of fate, now felt like a weight, a chains that shackled her in place. She couldn't escape it, not even if she wanted to. And now, as they neared the clearing where the pack's borders began to thin, the weight of her decision loomed over her. They had to face this together. But the question was how. Hunter was beside her, not as a leader, but as a man who had made his own choices. His eyes, those eyes that had once filled her with warmth, now flickered with an intensity she couldn't read. His every breath, every step was purposeful. He was ready, but was she? I won't let you fight this battle alone, she said, her voice steady despite the turmoil inside her. She had been avoiding the truth of the bond for so long, hiding behind the walls she had built for years. But now Now it was impossible to deny. The rogues were here, the pack was divided, and the only thing that mattered was survival. But what came after that? After the battle, when the dust had settled? Where would they be then? Hunter glanced at her, his expression unreadable, and for a moment, the tension between them deepened. Aria, you don't understand. I can't afford to lose this battle. If we fail here, the pack won't survive. But it's not just the pack. It's everything. It's everything I've been working for, fighting for, my entire life. Aria's heart twisted. She understood what he meant, but she couldn't understand why he still believed this. Believed that this fight, this burden, was all that mattered, that he had to carry it alone, that he was too proud to ask for help. But you can't do it alone, she said softly, reaching out to grasp his arm. You never have to do this alone. Not anymore. The bond, it's not a curse, Hunter. It's strength. It's ours. He looked at her then, really looked at her, as if seeing her for the first time in days, maybe even longer. The walls he had built were coming down, just like hers had, but there was still so much unsaid, so much between them that neither of them could seem to cross. Aria? His voice softened, a trace of guilt flickering across his features. If I lose this fight, if I fail the pack, I'll lose everything. But if I lose you, his words faltered, and for the first time, the weight of the responsibility he had been carrying for so long seemed to break him. She could see it then. The raw vulnerability, the desperation he had been hiding beneath that steely exterior. I won't fail you, she said, her voice firm and resolute. The bond between them flared to life, swirling around her, urging her to take his hand, to accept the fate that was already written in the stars. But it wasn't the stars she was concerned with. It was the man standing before her, the man who had hurt her, abandoned her, and now stood on the edge of a battle. He couldn't win without her. You won't, she whispered again, stepping closer, her breath coming in sharp, measured gasps. The tension between them was thick, almost suffocating, but she couldn't ignore the truth that was unfolding before her. The battle was upon them, but it was more than just physical. It was a fight for survival, for redemption, and for love. You're not alone, she added, and this time there was no hesitation in her voice. No doubt. She was with him. She had been with him all along, whether she wanted to admit it or not. Hunter's eyes softened, a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips, as he reached out, his hand trembling ever so slightly as he took hers. It wasn't just an alliance anymore. It wasn't just about survival. It was about trust. About knowing that, no matter what the outcome, they would stand together. The ground beneath their feet trembled as the rogue pack made their move. Aria's senses heightened, her wolf stirring inside her, responding to the call of battle. There was no turning back now. There was no hiding from the chaos that awaited them. And yet, despite everything, the pain, the betrayal, the years of separation, Aria knew that this moment, this choice, was the turning point. For both of them. Hunter's grip tightened around her hand, his voice a low growl. Let's end this. Together. Aria nodded, her eyes hardening with determination. The rogue pack wouldn't know what hit them, but neither would the past. This battle, this fight for their future, was theirs to win. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 30. The Silent Mate Crowned. The air was thick with the scent of blood and smoke, the remnants of battle lingering in the cool night. The moon hung overhead, casting its pale light over the wreckage of the battlefield. Aria stood in the center of it all, her heart pounding in her chest, her body drenched in the aftermath of the war. The rogues had been defeated. The pack had survived. But the cost had been steep. Bodies, wolves she had known, wolves who had once been family, lay scattered across the clearing, their lives snuffed out by the violence that had come with the night. She felt the weight of their sacrifice, heavy in the pit of her stomach, but she couldn't focus on that now. She couldn't afford to. There was only one thing that mattered, only one person, Hunter, her mate. The battle had not been kind to him. His body was battered, bloodied, his once imposing figure now diminished by the wounds he had sustained. Yet, even in his weakened state, he stood tall. His resolve was unbroken. He was a leader, a prince, and now, he had become more than that. He was hers, as she was his. Aria's gaze found him through the smoke, and for a moment, the world seemed to still. Her heart, once torn by his betrayal, now beat in unison with his. The bond that had once been a curse, a thing of chains, had transformed into something far greater, something unshakable. Hunter's eyes met hers, the raw emotion in them unmistakable. The guilt that had once plagued him was gone, replaced by something new, something fierce. Love, maybe, but not just that. There was respect in his gaze now, a recognition of her strength, of the woman she had become. And in that moment, Aria knew. The bond had never been about submission. It had never been about giving up her freedom, her choice. It had always been about power, the power of two souls coming together, not out of duty, but because they had been forged by the same fire. The rogues had been defeated, but the battle within her was far from over. The war for her future, for their future, had only just begun. But now, for the first time in years, Aria was ready to face it, not as the broken girl she had once been, but as the queen she was meant to be. The Alpha Council had gathered in the aftermath, their eyes heavy with the weight of their own decisions. They had seen the strength in Aria, the way she had stood by Hunter, the way she had fought for her place, for her pack. And now, they waited for her to claim what was rightfully hers. Hunter stood beside her, his hand resting lightly on her back. It wasn't a gesture of dominance, it was a gesture of partnership, equality. He had never been more willing to share the mantle of leadership with her than he was now. Aria Winters. The Alpha Counselor began, his voice steady, but tinged with awe. You've proven yourself in the eyes of this pack. You've faced every challenge, every betrayal, with strength and resolve. It is time that you take your rightful place beside the man you've chosen. Aria's heart raced. She had always known she was destined for something greater. But now, standing before the pack, before the very wolves who had once doubted her, she could hardly believe the moment had come. Hunter stepped forward, his voice firm as he addressed the council. This is not just my pack. It is ours. Aria is my equal in every sense. Her strength, her heart, her spirit, they've all proven that. And I will never again doubt her place beside me. Aria's breath caught in her throat. The words she had always wanted to hear, the words she had never thought she would receive, were finally spoken. And yet, despite the victory, despite the triumph, she still felt the weight of the past pressing down on her. But she wasn't the girl she had been. Not anymore. I accept, she said, her voice steady, though her heart thundered in her chest. I accept my place, not just as Hunter's mate, but as his partner, as his equal. Together, we will lead this pack. The council nodded in unison, their approval echoing through the clearing. And in that moment, Aria felt it. The final shift. The last piece of the puzzle falling into place. The mantle of leadership was not just hers by right, it was hers by choice. And Hunter's. They were bound together, not by fate alone, but by the choices they had made, by the love that had blossomed in the ashes of their past. As the Alpha Council dispersed, leaving the pair alone in the quiet aftermath, Hunter stepped closer to Aria. His fingers brushed against her cheek, tender and warm. "You did it," he whispered, his voice thick with emotion. "We did it." Aria nodded, her eyes bright with unshed tears. Together. For the first time in years, Aria allowed herself to believe in that word, in the promise of it. Together. The future stretched before them, unknown and filled with potential. But whatever it held, they would face it side by side, as mates, as equals, as leaders. The silent mate had found her voice, and she had claimed her crown.